We've got some good stuff today. Reply to a couple quick things, tweet this out, and yeah, we'll be started today. I've got some cool stuff I was working on. I didn't quite finish it because there were some distractions on Sunday. Yeah. Let's hold on. I need to tweet this thing, right? It doesn't let me add a tweet. Okay, this is gonna be echoing. Share. Frickin'. Yeah, okay. So we tweet it from here, right? Post. There we go. Well, we gotta get this out of the way because it's covering chat. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. And we may or may not need this. I'll hide it for now. Anything cool on X? Nothing really. So, we've got some stuff. Oof. We got some stuff today. Hold on. Jeez. The plans for today. So, over the weekend, I started on, not this. I have a new branch here on Puffer. Totally just like. Anyways, hopefully I will be fine here. I started on a new thing with Puffer because my experiments went better than expected, so I had some extra time. Track origin. Let me show you this off. So this was very painful for me to have to do. And it's going to take some more work. But the main thing I've had people complain about in Pufferlib, above everything else, is just like the demo being too complicated, right? Now, the demo does a lot of stuff. And most of that stuff is pretty important. But the main thing was like the actual demo.py file itself. It had too much argparse shenanigans, too much YAML parsing shenanigans, just too much crap going on in the demo file. So I managed to cut a third of the length off of the demo file. And I paid very, very dearly for it. So 200 lines flat. I'm going to go grab my laptop in a second just to make sure I committed up the absolute most recent version of it. And the loading is way better now. So we have make policy, we've got init_wandb, we've got the sweep function, we've got the train function, and then we have a very small amount of argparse here. And then all the complexity of the old loading stuff is condensed into this one screen of code right here. And hopefully I can even simplify this a little bit more. But the way to do this was to move from YAMLs to ini files, just init files, which are supported by Python by default with their, what's it called, config parser built into Python. So that actually kills the YAML dependency for us and simplifies stuff quite a bit. So other than this little bit of shenanigans right here that I'm still going to iterate on, this is pretty much as simple as it gets. And if this is still too complicated, then I'm going to need more specific feedback, because this is about as simple as I can get it. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to polish this up a little bit, because there's some stuff preventing me from merging all this into the main repo. I did run some baselines on this branch, I believe. We're going to go over some of the trained models, because I ran the hyperparameter tuned versions for 1 billion steps on all of these. So we should have some reasonably good policies from this. And we'll go from there. I am going to grab my laptop real quick just to make sure that I have the most recent version. 1 second. Just making sure that I actually committed everything up. Gonna load this up and check. And let me fix a few things in the meantime. Where's the stream? Okay, there we go. Now I can see the view counts and stuff. Perfect. Chat should be working. Yeah. So we're good for, like, I don't know, 7 hours today, probably. I modified. I think I got the latest. Yeah, I got the latest on this. So we'll have this if we need it, but I think that I will be fine with the current code version. We'll start with some of the fun stuff. Should be able to load up some of these files and see if they do anything interesting. So and group eval, and we'll probably have to fix some various things around, because like this new config system is fully untested. So I'm going to be fixing stuff along the way, and the hope is that by the end of this, we have the control environment in a good spot. We've got the new config system in a new spot. It won't quite be ready to merge into main yet or anything like that, but maybe we can merge this back into dev and have like a reasonably stable, good dev branch to work off of, right? Okay, so a few small things to fix. Again, I only tested, like, I think the train path or whatever. Oops. Actually, I see that there are a few others of these. I thought I had fixed that, but maybe I hadn't fixed this inside of baseline. Yeah, that must be what it was. It's good. That's good. Yeah. And all these like dot syntax. I replaced this with a dictionary, which I don't particularly like, but it's made stuff easier. Key error env name. Key error env name. I think it might just be env, right? How did I specify this? Yeah, I just did env, so it's args of env. Env name. No attribute x by d. Right. So I mean, this is why I don't like to change the config system very often, because it's like it's a pain to like refactor everything. But I think that this is going to make it substantially easier for users, just having like way less stuff to worry about in the demo file. And we'll see how this does. Oops. Train data. Yeah, so there's a lot of there's gonna be a lot of like just boring syntax fixing today, unfortunately. I am curious though. I will show off the new config system to see if people like it more. So the old one here is this config YAML. So you have this one gigantic YAML file, and you have this pseudo inheritance thing where like you can specify default, and then like you can specify your package under the default like this, and you can override specific args. So you have all the M's in the same folder like this, right? So in the new one, I have a configs folder. There's a default.ini that has flat, like all these sections with your same exact params from before. And then you can override these like this. And you have all the M's specified here, and it's pretty clean. So I think that this will be easier for people. Now, it's not the YAML format, but that's kind of better in a sense. It's the built-in format. Yeah. Okay, let's figure out what is going on here. So the issue here is that I see. I have env, but then there's also like env dot stuff, right? How did I handle this in the old system? Let me just go check the code base here. How did I handle this in the old system? 629, very nice. If you haven't given the puffer a star, please feed the puffer a star. Helps me out a whole bunch. So yeah, the 1.0 branch should be fine for this. Let's do demo. So 291 lines in this, and I think it's gotten a little longer even since then. So yeah, we've really just stripped 100 lines off of it. But what I'm curious is how I handled the env arg. Because we have env here. Package arg env module is load config. So how did I handle the environment name separately from everything else? Env config, so you load the module from the config. Then we had env name, which is bizarre. Or is it? Oh, right, this was so that you could do like... I wanted you to be able to do like breakout or whatever and have it alias. So I can think about that separately. Yeah, so I did specify it as env name. So I think what we're gonna do then is we're gonna add env as an empty default here. And I'm gonna do can I just like pop out this argument, for instance? Parser.parse known args name stop pop. And then if I do env name here, I don't know if pop is gonna work. Let's try this. Namespace has, yeah, so that's what I was afraid of. That's somewhat awkward. But I think we can do, we can pop this out later, right? I can do parser.parse. So I can do env name here is going to be I'd really like to be able to pop this out. Well, for now I will do parsed, and then I will do like parsed equals, right? And then this is going to be parsed dot pop of env. And we'll see if this does anything. Dict items has no... okay, so we take the underscore dict, and we'll call, we'll get the items here, and then that should be fine. Invalid environment name. Where's that error? Ocean environment. Invalid environment name. Okay, so this is because now we need to just look for like args env or whatever. Yeah, like right here. Now this is just env name. So this is actually cleaner. So we can like save a bunch of these annoying like calls. This is just, you know, env name. I really don't like to have nested quotes in my my f strings if I can avoid it. So being able to delete some of those, not bad. And now this is actually what you want here, is you do want to have args of env here. Because this is the where you can provide arguments to override the environment. Okay, so we get an unsupported exception problem. Okay, 1B. Unsupported type. Well, let's take the 1B stuff off for a moment. Okay, so if we load a random policy, this actually already works. So it's just 1B being jank. Exception problem is probably not the best thing to have in your production code. Want to be init. ID equal ID. Let's see what we have in ID. It's probably going to be like something jank, right? Like I'm probably like passing a dictionary or something. puff10 group. I thought that's what I wanted, isn't it? If I look on 1B, right? Oh no, it's not, is it? If I look at like puffer here, this is the environment named puffer. Host name. Where's the ID on this? This 1B group is puff10 baseline. This is correct. Hey man, big respect to you for all the work you've done. Have an interview for associate data engineer position tomorrow. Any advice? I am the worst person possible to ask about interviews, because I never bothered with LeetCode, so I can't pass a first round software engineering interview, as it turns out, despite being able to build all this cool stuff. What I would suggest you to do is to do your homework on the company, assuming it's not like just Fang or whatever, so you can actually speak intelligently about, like, you know, ideas of what you might be able to add to the specific company and what they're trying to do. It's always a good thing to do, not to just, like, you know, treat companies as interchangeable. But yeah, as for technical stuff to be studying, nothing I can tell you that's going to be like useful the day before. Wait, this X by D looks fine, right? puff10 puffer. puff10 group. Yeah, this is correct. Maybe I didn't do this the way I thought I did. So args. Let me just see if I can follow this, because this was kind of garbage code. Some of this was. So init want be takes args want be name, and then ID is args.x by d. Okay, so when I do args.x by d in baseline, puff version and this looks fine, doesn't it? Maybe I did, oh, here, right here. This is a dictionary. This needs to be env name. How did I do this before? When I did init, this code look like? Args name ID. Okay, so args. I needed to add name here. I don't know why I removed this. So this is name. Haha, fell. I'm coming from a more analytical role as an analytical engineer intern. Found a lot of love for the nitty gritty. Any advice to potentially break into DS? I actually don't know what DS is, or machine learning in the future if all goes well. I mean, some of the people I know that have been doing that have just been like, it depends on whether you can do it at your job or not. Assuming you can't do that laterally inside of the company that you're currently at, doing open source stuff. Oh, data science. Okay, sure. If you, it depends what you mean by nitty gritty, right? If you mean the experimental analysis side, that's maybe a little harder to do. If you're talking about the engineering or building stuff side, then open source is a great way to do that. I'd say that my own playbook is like 80% on the build stuff side, like maybe 15% I know how to do good science, and then 5% math. Very, very little math. So open source stuff has been really great. Yeah, building stuff is just do open source stuff, right? Either do your own projects or join like existing stuff. There's plenty of stuff online. I do stuff with Puffer. I've got a couple people that contribute to this already, like just random open source people that have joined over the last year or so. I've got another project I sponsor with Pokemon. It's like a reinforcement learning trying to solve Pokemon Red that I sponsor the compute for. I shouldn't say sponsor. It's more compute sponsor. But yeah, there are a lot of projects like this out there. So you find some cool people that you think you can work with that value hard work and contribution, and get going from there. And it's going to take time, right? Like ML's hard. It's easier now than it ever was, but it's going to take some time to learn stuff, right? Like yeah, just putting together some neural nets is easy enough, but like there's a lot of subtlety and stuff that takes time to learn. Like the stuff you can see me building right here is kind of nitty gritty, right? Like this is, well, a lot of my work is kind of fun to watch. This is incredibly boring, I'm well aware. But it's very important because this is how people will use this library. It is like the demo over everything, and keeping this simple and easy to use is very, very important. So, I put in the work in order to do that. I've rewritten this stupid config system like 4 times just trying to make it better. Let's see if this does anything. So if I do train. Yeah, sure thing. Best of luck to you as well. Does this work? Oh, wait, we might get something cool here. Yeah, we get something cool here. I can tell already. So, oh, it didn't run for long enough. Okay, so I'll have to run it for longer, but we're going to have something really cool to look at. Okay, so, yeah, if I go to, if I just make this run for way longer, I'm going to say that this is going to run for a long time, and I'm going to do every 10 frames we're going to render it. We should be able to watch the agents learning to group up, which will be really fun. You see all these clusters forming? This is exactly what I wanted. I mean, they could be a little bit more intentional about it, but, like, you can see that the clusters, whenever they run into each other, watch, these are going to snap together. Boom. Snaps together here. So, essentially, you have a bunch of clusters that are, like, wandering around looking for other clusters and doing hierarchical merging. Really cool to see. Now, they don't all just merge because agents will respawn randomly, so there are always going to be some free agents around. But this is still really cool to see. Little tiny bit of a directional bias, I can tell. They're going this way a little bit more, right? Not huge, though. Do these merge? No, they can't see very far, is the big limitation. But you get some big clusters. These guys, nope. You get some big clusters. This is really nice. Like, you can zoom in and see that there are, you know, groups of, like, 10 agents or whatever wandering around together. And this is rendering only 1/10 of the frames. I like this as a baseline environment. It's purely cooperative, has a bunch of agents, and it's kind of cool. Let's see how well the other ones did. Predator, prey, and foraging. Let's check out the foraging one next. Oh yeah, I forgot it's really easy to just check them all out because we can literally just change this and it'll download them for me. That's nice. Teh. They eat through a lot of stuff. Now, there is a little bit of a directional bias, right? But they seem very efficient at eating through food. You can see they cut big swaths and everything. This is a little disappointing. But, you know, we can always train it for longer. Feature request, is there an easy way to support contextual MDP training, e.g., training an agent on multiple randomly seeded instances of the same environment? This depends. Do you want to train on the same seed, on different seeds at the same time? Or do you want to run different experiments so that you can get like or so you can get a confidence bound on the experimental results? Because if it is the latter, that's kind of a feature for Wandby and not for Puffer. I might be able to hack something, to be fair, and yeah, in a vectorized fashion. Oh, wait, so you want to run one training run, so you're training one network on multiple different seeds of the same environment. Is that what you want to do? Because if that's what you want, that's already implemented. Yeah, okay, that's already implemented. There's a seed, you have to play with it a little bit, just like print out the seeds, make sure it's correct for your case. But there's a reset function that takes seeds as an argument. You can pass different seeds to each environment on creation, and then they will just continually give you different seeded versions from there. So that already works. That is, in fact, the default. The best type of feature request is when the feature is already implemented. That is the best. Let's see if Predator Prey is cool. Whoa. Okay, this is running a little bit too fast to follow. And it's very heavily directionally biased, I can see. But, let's see. Very heavily directionally biased, but let's take a look at this. So, this is the Predator Prey environment. You can see that they like chase the agents around, right? That's pretty cool. All these little just patches chasing agents around. That's fun. Which one did I miss? I missed the puffer env, right? I don't know if this puffer env works. I think the puffer env is hard. So, you can see some agents are locked in place on the logo. I think that this is the P right here. But you can't, like, they're not filling in. This is P, U, F, F, E. But you can't really see it very well. You really want to see all the agents going towards the center here. So, I mean, this is okay. Like, I mean, this, like, you can start to see outlines of stuff. I think it'll be really cool when all the agents just beeline for it. And you can really start to see the logo. Not a total failure, though. Not a total failure. Well, we'll work on this a little today. We'll work on the config. We'll work on a bunch of stuff. We really want to start building some more sims, but yeah, you can kind of see it, right? But like, it's not like all the agents are just funneling towards the center in order to make the logo, which is what I would like. Where'd my puffer lib go? Nope. Did I have another window open? Filter. Yeah, okay, here's... Let's see these curves. It looks like they were probably getting better over time, slowly. Here's the group one. The group one was getting better very slowly, right? Actually, the forging one seems like it actually just started picking up close to 1 billion and started getting way better from there. And then the predator, well, the predator prey curve is not going to tell you very much because it's adversarial. So you actually expect it to be roughly 0 until you have better elo, like evaluation stuff. So I mean, this is cool. And this train's very fast. I think that these were like less than 20-minute runs each. Probably all 4 of these were around an hour total. Maybe a little more. So very computationally efficient. Oh, JBL, I've got a thing for that I'd like some user feedback on. I think I made this better. So I don't know if you've looked at the demo file for 1.0, but like the old demo file that's in 1.0 right now, it's 291 lines. It has this really complicated YAML config loader that like essentially implements its own inheritance in YAML. And then it also has this huge block of argparse at the bottom. Where is it? Oh, I guess I got rid of some of it from the bottom. And there's a bunch of argparse shenanigans at the bottom still. So what I managed to do in the new version here that I just did over the weekend, I've got it down to like 200 lines. So I cut all the config shenanigans off. And so this is the whole file now. It's just this. The entirety of the config, like parsing, is now isolated to right here. It's just Python's built-in config parser, and then converting to a dict format. And then the files for this, instead of being this giant ass config.yaml, which has like this pseudo inheritance thing built into it, what I have is I've got these ini files. So here's your default config. And then you can add your own configs for the environments that you want, like Ocean. And you can just override the defaults however you like here and specify all the supported environments inside of mfname, and these get picked up for you. So I think that this is simpler. I'm not positive. I think that this should be easier for users, though. So if you want to take a look at it and let me know if it's any good, feel free to do so. Of course, it's not fully baked yet, right? I have to fix all the bugs in it because this is a brand new port. This is like a brand new config system, so I'm going to have to fix some bugs. But hopefully, conceptually, it's easier. Trying to think what I want to do from here for the day. There are a few routes I could go. I don't think I want to just like hack on the configs all day, though that would probably not be a bad use of time. I want to hack on the configs a little bit, but I also want experiments on stuff. The config side would actually make everything easier is the thing. The only thing that I have left to do on the grid, like the grid project, is I gotta run carb sweeps, like better quality sweeps per environment. Just send it experiment. Well, I mean, we can do that. The thing is, the experiments kind of just have to run. So I can set them up. I can set them up now, and I can fix the carbs integration with the new config system so that I can do that. That would be a decent use of time. So what I would like to have, let me give you my vision here for, what I want to do with this whole new system, okay? My hope for like this particle env as a useful research library is I want to have it so that you can run a carb sweep on each of these individual environments, get optimal hyperparameters, so see exactly how good it can be, and then I want you to be able to rerun that carb sweep per environment with continuous actions. And then what I want you to basically be able to do is see if the continuous version is fundamentally harder than the discrete version with your algorithm, which would mean that you have something in the algorithm that could be improved, or if they match, or if you get some sort of other unexpected result. So I think that we're going to do a little bit of hybrid stuff. I'm not just going to hack on the config. I'm going to like hack on the config for the purpose of making these experiments work. I'm going to hack everything that needs to be on that in order to get those to work. I'm going to set up a couple of those sweeps, and then we'll go from there. That'll probably be the most interesting thing I can do. So, what do we have here? Foraging, predator, prey, group, puffer. And we're probably going to come up with some limitations of this config system along the way that we have to hack around as well. So let's start with, let's see if we can get like a very small scale sweep to run. So 10 experiments. Let's see if this will run. So we have got arg as a sweep. You've got the env name. And then when we run training, we've got train config. Let's see. Well, let's run the train, see if that works, and then we'll get the sweep to work. So if I run training local, okay, so this dict is wrong. This should be make env. Train config vec env. Okay, so this train config here, this should be args of env. And then this should be env name, I believe. And that might fix training with the new config system. Yep. We can see that we have the env name up here correctly, and it runs at the right SPS. There is some sort of issue with the model saving, which is not good. Let's fix that. config.exp_id. Let's see what's wrong here. The other thing I would like to have, which I think may or may not be possible because I think it's just torch, I'd like these experiments to start instantly. I hate that there's like a second or two delay. So something is slow to import, and I don't know what it is. Okay, so X by D here is none, which is not acceptable. So what do I use as X by D, right? I think I was using something before for X by D, and it wasn't none. So let's figure out what that was. We've got exp name, which is X by D. These are the same thing. Then when we call train, args env module make env. args.train.x by d equals args.x by d. But where does x by d come from, right? Maybe in the load function. Do I see X by D here? Okay, config. Ah, right here. I actually do have something that generates this X by D. So I need this during training. Yeah. So train config. And then we do, oh, right here. Args of X by D. So all I have to do is put or. I think I can do env name plus dash plus UUID. This, right? And then we import UUID. So now, when we go to create a new training run, we are, if we're not using wandb, we have a method of generating our own name for it. Let's see if that is enough. I need to fix this camera as well. That? Now it cuts off the top of my head. Frame it. That's better. Okay, so this now saves model correctly. This saves the model correctly. So now that training works, we can try sweep. So this should attempt to do 10 short runs. And we'll see whether I broke it or not. And clearly I did. Invalid hyperparameter configuration train. Is it going to give me a reasonable error message? Yes, it is. So right here, we're going to get, this is our sweep config. Invalid hyperparameter configuration train. Interesting. Min max. Wait, so batch size has distribution min max. Oh, and values. Shoot. I see. The inheritance does not work out the way that I would have hoped. Not exactly. I think we can work around it. We can work around it. It would be very nice to have the batch sizes be powers of 2, though. Well, this is essentially a carbs issue. Yeah, this is essentially a carbs issue. I did not think of this. Well, so the issue here is that we need to be able to override. It's overriding the whole section versus individual parameters. I think I want this to be values, not... Yeah, I want this to be a fixed set of values. I want to have fixed powers of 2. So values. I was wondering when following the project, can Pufferlib do something for Majoko? I have not added a binding for Majoko yet, because I've been mostly doing discrete and multi-discrete, like complex game type envs. But the project that I'm currently hacking on is continuous control for Puffer. And essentially, once this is stable, we will be adding more control envs and control env bindings. And I also have a colleague who's returning from vacation this week who's interested in continuous control. So probably we'll be adding, helping add some stuff to Puffer as well. So continuous control coming very soon to Puffer. It should be pretty much the exact same thing as for the rest of the environments. It should just make everything that's CPU vectorized run really, really fast and give you a bunch of tools to make life easier. So, yeah. We'll do something for that very soon. Mini batch. How fast is Majoko, by the way? Do you know? Is it something like remotely reasonable? Okay, the sweep actually, the config works now, so that's nice. Yeah, I'm working on all this stuff. It just only gets done so fast, right? Dict object has no attribute. Yep, this is fine. We expect that. So we can fix some bugs here. Did Wombi mess up my terminal? Well, that's not good. What happened? I'm going to commit this stuff up because I'm a little bit concerned as to what just happened. What the heck? Bind for... Okay, that looks like it worked. Yeah, that was weird. Let's try this sweep again. Unsupported type. So I'm assuming I passed bad args in this one. Init wand b args env name id equal args env name id That looks fine, doesn't it? Do I get any better error message than that? It's in the init. Args of x by d. So why? Why does this not work? These args are fine. The env name is not fine. So I passed the wrong thing to sweep, I guess, right? Wait, args env module. No, this should be... Wait, args env name. Something's weird. Make env policy class. We just want this stuff, right? Args env name make env policy class rnn class. Yeah. Try this. Pufferlib to the moon. Well, for Pufferlib to go to the moon, I'm going to need more people to follow the Twitter so I can promote this stuff more easily. Almost at 4K. And more importantly, to star the puffer. You know, feed the puffer some stars. Helps out a whole ton. And then RL will be exorcised. Exorcised with an O. As in, ritually purged of the demons that possess it. Okay, let's see. Mini batch size must be divisible by BPT horizon. Really? Well, I suppose we can edit some stuff here. This can just be values, 1, 2, 4, 8. We'll have to figure this out with carbs. What is the end goal with Pufferlib? I watched your thesis on multi-agent M's. I'm very serious when I mean exorcise reinforcement learning. I want to make this a stable a stable field where we can build stuff that is sane and works. That includes your standard environments, that includes industry sims, that includes like complex multi-agent stuff, complex games. All of this is going to be made brain dead simple and easy. That, and we're going to have techniques for stupidly high performance simulation so that we can do our research very, very fast. These are generally the goals. I found some graph of ant, e.g. stepping with 6K per second. Is that on the whole machine or on a GPU or on like one core? We're going to need to figure stuff out with that. So to give you some numbers here, right? I can get Atari training at 16K right now. I think I can do way better than that once I mess with some of the bindings. ProcGen is really slow at like 3K, even though I vectorize it at 1,000,000 per second, because the network architecture used in ProcGen is really dumb. But I think that can be made very fast. Then there's stuff like Pokemon that we're doing, where it's like it does not go above 7K steps per second, period, because just the env is slow. I'm curious to see how much faster we can make it. They integrate XLA at the moment while doing the whole physics on GPU. Oh, geez. 6K with XLA is like painfully slow. It's so hard to do research when your M's are just that slow. Like, The stuff I'm working on at the moment, it runs at millions of steps per second per CPU core and trains at 1,000,000 steps per second. This is what we need for RL. Now, when I can figure that out for robotics, we'll think about that. I think this is only CPU. You say they're doing the physics on the GPU. Look, 6K per second per core is actually kind of fine. We can make something happen with that. But at the very least, we want, like, high tens of thousands train in order to do something reasonable. Now, of course, I can just add the binding. It'll be faster than, it'll be faster than it is currently. I can totally do that. But we need much, much faster M's for RL to make progress. Do you think an actual AGI needs to be RL based and not LLM based, where it takes in the 5 senses as we do? I think that the most likely scenario is that you need both. I think it's really dumb to be running a giant, super expensive model over everything. So, like, anytime you need to do anything, you run this giant, super expensive model. I think that RL is going to have a very nice place for lower level stuff, as well as for interactivity, learning from, like, fixed sims and stuff. I think it's, like, very, very likely RL is going to feature in some way for that. My own motivations around doing all this stuff are very much long-term AI progress, for sure. Float cannot be interpreted as an integer. Update epochs. I see. So this is kind of obnoxious here with the ini files. It interprets it as a float by default. How do I want to handle this? Maybe 1B just has a setting. Oop. Maybe 1B just has a setting for this, do you think? No, 1B. Do they have a setting? This page is blindingly bright. Sweep config. Template. Wait, min, max, Q. Is Q quantization? Q looks like quantization, doesn't it? Or is this different? Q log uniform values. Why don't they have docs on this stuff? Oh, wait, maybe they do. Quantization step sizes for quantized hyperparameters. Will this convert to an int for me is the question. Int uniform distributed. Oh, do they have an int uniform now? Wait. Give me modes. Where does it have the modes? Parameters. Distribution. Ah. Int. Uniform. Wait. They got values. Wait, let me see if there's a way that we can do this. So they have constant, they've got categorical, int uniform, q uniform, log uniform values. Does any of this help me? If I have like distribution categorical. Which parameter was this that I was having trouble with? The update epochs? I might be able to do this as int uniform, right? So if I do like int uniform, right? Does this do it for me? Will that just quantize? Ah, that does. Perfect. So let's see if this actually saves correctly. I can see that this is not training for... Right, so this total time step sweep param is not going to be good by default. I think we need to get rid of that. Let's see if this works. Build the sample metric. That's just from the old dead process. Okay. There you go. That's one experiment. And it only takes a few seconds to sync. And we'll do the second experiment. And we should actually see this in our logs here, right? Sweeps, maybe? Yeah. So we have this working now. So we fixed sweeps with the new config system. Now what we need to do is we need to fix carb sweeps, which is going to be a little bit harder. I'm assuming it's going to take a while for WANDB to think about like doing this natively. So what we have for now is we have carbs. Oh, this might have been the file that I thought I'd forgotten to commit. Yeah, let me grab my laptop. I have to commit this file. Okay, there we go. So this now takes, we're going to have to match the signature. Probably going to need this type of a thing here. And then sweep. Args is sweep. Project is args a 1B project, right? Yep, this is correct. X by D like this. Oh. Hold on. So project, yeah, project is carbs. Because we're going to do, this goes in a separate project folder for now. Until it's stable. Init1b takes args of X by D. Init1b should be somewhere down here, right? I don't like that. That's kind of weird the way that this works. I think this should just be wand b equals init1 b, right? Args env name. Yeah. Now does this function need to be a local like this? If I give it space, wand b params min max, is there anything else I'm using in here that's not defined? Wand b params, wand b param, search center. I think not. I think I can move this function to a more reasonable location. Like, I don't know, down here, right? Move that to here. Put this helper function down here. And I can put all these imports now up at the top since they don't get used unless you import this carbs file. So we can clean this up quite a bit. NumPy, math, sys. We'll do this. Logger. Do we use logger? I don't think I actually care about this, but we'll keep it in here for now. And then there's like the policy class RNN class thing. I think that that's from the updated train signature. Yeah, so I need to go back and get the train signature, which should be in main. And where I call train, this now actually needs to be stats. Yeah. Oop. Yeah, this is good. So we update the signature here, and now we can update the function signature at the top. We'll keep this one. Now we update the type of args because it's now everything is now a dictionary, which is easy. And then it's sweep. Do sweep parameters. Args to sweep parameters, right? And then we do train params is going to be sweep parameters of train, env parameters, and policy parameters, right? That sounds good. I think we can just get rid of this logger. We really don't need it, right? Yeah, we don't need this logger. Okay, and now we have all the carbs params here that we will mess with in a bit. Init want to be, okay, so we do not have this init function. That's actually kind of inconvenient because we need this from pufferlib, which maybe is circular import, right? I could technically make like a WANDB file or whatever. Do I want to do that? It would make the demo shorter, but not really. I'm gonna just go grab it from demo for now. I'll figure out how to avoid duplicating it in a bit. Okay, so now we have an it1b. We've got all this stuff, and let's just make sure we haven't screwed up anything really obvious. Be config train. We no longer need, so this here, this gets simplified because this is now a dictionary. So this is just args or train dot update. This is fine. And then args, oops. What the heck? Policy. CNN channels. Yeah, that's way easier. Oh, I'm going to have so many circular import problems with this. Because I put this in a different file, right? Yeah, that's obnoxious. So I wanted to put the sweep carbs into a different file, but really this is a main thing. It's like a main file thing. So I guess I have to put this back if I want it, huh? Well, I'll put it in the main file then. Screw it. It's so much annoying code to put in the main file. But carbs is worth it. Carbs is amazing. So we would just put this here. And we'll put the imports kind of obnoxiously like we had before. Oh, this is why I did this before. I know why I defined these as locals, right? I did these as locals before so that I wouldn't have to screw with the imports. So we'll just do it again like that. It's fine. I mean, this is a very, I'm fine doing it this way because this is a temporary issue. Because when WANDB adds us native support, then we won't have to do this anymore. And like, we'll literally just be able to delete all this, and this code will just be part of the other sweeps config, which will be very nice. Do I have NumPy in here already? No? NumPy sys? I guess I don't have sys. Okay. I guess we have to start doing like this gross debugging where we do, was it sweep carbs? With a dash. I do like this new menu that we have here. Like, this is pretty simple and clean. We just get like this very easy usage error. No module named carbs. Enough carbs on this? Hmm. Oops, nope. Food carbs is missing. One positional arg. Really? Env name, make env policy class. Arg's env name, make env policy class. Yeah. Just to update the signature. We also don't need this import anymore. Key error env. We're gonna just do. Hey, another Python question. Have you found any bottlenecks around using Python for simulation when it's relying on a model, maybe a PyTorch or XGB for prediction? That question seems kind of backwards to me. So the way I think about it, right, is like you make your sim is in Python. It's not relying on a prediction. It's the other way around, right? Like your environment is supplying data to your model, which is then returning actions, and the actions are used to update the environment and return new observations. So if your model is slow, it essentially doesn't matter how fast your environment is, because you're always going to be bottlenecked on the GPU, right? So not every environment necessarily needs to be crazy fast. But the way I'm building stuff at the moment is I'm trying to build a test suite of environments of a variety of different complexities that are fast and that can be trained with small models so that we can iterate very quickly on the research side. It also, you'd be surprised how well small models can do when you just have tons of data, right? Like, if I'm training at 1,000,000 steps per second, I kind of just have so much data that it doesn't really matter how much I'm losing out by having a slightly, smaller model. And actually, the models, like, you can get kind of reasonable sized stuff that still runs hundreds of thousands of steps per second, at the very least. Maybe not 1,000,000 like I use for the really simple M's, but hundreds of thousands is very achievable, like 300,000 maybe on one GPU. Also, this is going to scale really well for multi-GPU because, like, let's say I have a box with 8 A100s or 8 H100s on it, and you only have the CPU cores that are on that machine, right? Well, if I make the environment like 14 million steps per second per core, then the cores on the machine are going to be able to provide enough data to those GPUs that you don't need to go off device. So there are a lot of advantages to that. Oops. That's just a bad import. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. I guess I didn't add enver policy to the new sweep configs yet, which is fine. We'll just do this. We'll just do these ones for now. Key error min. Oh, well, I have different distributions now that I have to support, right? That's annoying. Hmm. That might be enough. I don't know who made the Izzy's cookies today, but they're really good. Oh. Duh. Probably shouldn't use function names as also variable names, right? Huh? Looks good. Assert M max. Really? What parameter is freaking logit? Gamma? Wait. What? Gamma is logit, right? Oh, I guess I did specify that weird, huh? Yeah, so we'll edit the config for that. We've been meaning to do that anyways. So gamma is right. Wait, no, gamma is fine. I guess it's probably in ocean, right? Config ocean grid. No, I don't have gamma. I don't have a screwy gamma value in here. That's weird. What's going on? I swear this chocolate chip cookie has coffee grounds in it. mm. Gamma. Well, this is totally fine, right? It's got a min, it's got a max. Why does this not work, right? This should be totally fine. And max is none for some reason. Oh. Just a typo. And how far do we get now? That's pretty good. I mean, it fails, but it fails for a very easy and fixable thing, right? Let's see if this runs. Dict has no attribute train. Let's see if I can see where that error is. It's probably underneath here, right? So, right here. When I try to save it, right? Args of env.dict. Policy RNN. Very nice. Now this closest power function, I think I already moved this, didn't I? Yeah, I have the closest power here. We can get rid of these. Let's see if this now runs. What failed? No such file or directory. Well, we should change that. If you open a file as A, I think that should be better, right? We'll see if this saves the hyperparameters to that file. No such file or directory. Okay, what is, well, that's weird. We have hypers in here, right? Yeah, we've got 2 different runs worth of hypers in here. So what is the file or directory that does not exist? I don't actually know. Oh, it's the carbs one, right? Yeah. The carbs one has like, let's do, I think it's checkpoints, right? So, oops. Not points. This doesn't need to be in the sub process, right? We can do, I mean, we can do this at the top even, can't we? Yeah, let's do that there. And actually the hypers dot text, let's do that at the top as well. Just like the less stuff that goes in stupid sub processes, right? The better. General rule of thumb. Put as little as possible inside of sub processes unless you have a reason to do so. Now can we maybe get a complete run? Yeah, let's make this really good today. Let's make like this carbs integration really solid. Okay, so right there. Success, no errors. Synced. And that's the next one. Perfect. So no errors. I actually think we're gonna do, yeah, this is fine. So now that we have this, we can think about what parameters we want to have integrated and how nice we want to have everything functioning. There are a few different things I would like to have working here. The big one would be if I can get these charts to be correct. So if we look at this run count here, and like we look at the most recent hyperparams, right? We can see that we get, update epochs equal to 2. Could be either of these. 8192 mini batch, is that here? No, so there's no 8192 mini batch. So what's happening here is WandB is not actually taking the carb suggested parameters and updating the graphs with them. It'd be really nice if we could get accurate graphs. At least this one. The other ones, like this one will be correct, and these two will not be. So we'll figure that out real quick. Anything cool happening here? Nah. This is going nicely, though. Oop. So where can we, where should we look for this? I think that we would look at updating the WandB params. Yeah. So the issue is that right here, we init WandB, right? And then we get the carb suggestions. I can't understand anything, but best of luck to you, your way. I mean, this is, what I'm doing here is just dumb systems integrations. There's really nothing smart going on. This is just having spent a bunch of time hacking on this specific annoying API. So what I'm trying to do here, high level, I am trying to get it so that you can run lots of different experiments, one after another, and get graphs that tell you how those various experiments have gone, and kind of do automatic analysis for you so that you can find the best experiment settings for training. So I have this stack that gives you really, really fast simulation, really, really fast training, but I still need the thing to manage all these experiments and launch them and give you those results. So I have that working already, but there's a better system for running all those experiments that I'm trying to integrate called carbs. And the difficulty is it is not natively compatible with WandB, which is the logging and graphing software that everybody uses. And I'm currently trying to get it so that I can get the data from this experiment running algorithm into WandB. That is what I'm trying to do. Which is kind of boring if you think about it, but it's important because if I get this working, it's going to make it really easy to run all these experiments for people. So the thing is, it looks like right here, it looks like this should work. This wandb.config.train. wandb.agent. Let me see if I can find... Maybe I can just go find their source. Is WandB on GitHub? Yeah, so this is their code for this. Takes a sweep ID, a project, and a bunch of other stuff. It starts this queue. It's got a bunch of API shenanigans. Parse sweep ID. Jeez. Ooh, it's Python. Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything has a top layer in Python these days, right? kind of no reason not to. It's easy. You can have your perf critical stuff be in something else. The puffer stack is Python plus Cython. Cython for perf critical and Python for the normal stuff. As simple as that is, it gives you C speed. I'd really like to know how they set their parameters. So, because I call this wanb.agent function, which I assume makes this agent right here. Well, if I look at the underscore init, I bet it'll be in here, right? Agent. Do they have agent in here? From wanb.wanb agent import agent. So wanb agent. Oh, okay, so it's here. This is not what I was expecting. So this is slightly different code. So here we have the agent class. Self API queue. Sweep ID. Wait, API queue sweep ID function. Okay, so this is the function that you pass to it. Is flapping. Yeah, okay. Sweep ID registers this agent. Man. It's a lot of stuff in here. Can I just figure out how they set the config for this? Save config file from dict. But this is just saving to file. I want to see where they upload it to the API. Agent API? Run agent. Is there just like a way to hard update the config of a wanb run? Like, I don't know, is that a thing? Oh, really? Well, it's a current run. wanb.config makes it easy to analyze your experiments. So set configuration at initialization. Set config with argparse. Set configuration throughout your script. According to this, you're supposed to be able to update your config. So according to this, you are actually supposed to be able to do this. You can overwrite automatically. I think this says that you're supposed to be able to do it. Is it possible that they like... Hold on. 1b.config.train is equal to mini batch size 4192. It doesn't look like it's updating. Let me just clear this file out. And let me just run this one more time just to make sure that this is not updating like the way I think it should be. And yeah, that's it. So if I open up hypers.txt, I can see what it's supposed to be. Sweeps. What? Why did this not initialize me a sweep? Am I capped on data or something? No. Oh, because I see. I need to be in the carbs repo. Yeah. So here we have sweeps 1 minute ago. And this is the first one right here that saved the configuration. So let's see if this looks good. We have batch size of 131K, which is not what we see here. We have mini batch size of 8192, which is not what we see here. Okay, so something is weird. If I open up this foraging run, I have a lot of stuff in here, actually, all of a sudden. So base, yeah, this is... Huh. Okay. M doesn't have any keys. Policy doesn't have any keys. Sweep gets some keys here. Yeah, and then we can see here we have the parameter keys, right, for our sweep. And then now we have train. And inside of train, we have 131K. Wait, we have train size is... Where'd this go? Yeah, 131K. Mini batch size is wrong, which is 8192. Update epochs. Well, BPT2 Horizon is 8, which is not the same. Okay, so this does not seem to be getting updated correctly. Why would that be the case? In the case of mini batch size, right, I see it right here. 1b.config is closest power. And then what do I do args of train. Oh, wait, maybe that's the wrong thing, right? Wait, args of train dot update 1b.config dot train. So I'm actually setting the train dict to be the same as all the stuff I just set this to. So it's just not synchronizing. Let's see how they say that you can do this. Set configuration throughout your ship. Okay, so they say you don't even need to do run.config. They say it's just wanb.config here. wanb.config.update. And they use .update as well, which is the same way that I did it. They say you can either do individual elements or, yeah. So according to them, this is supposed to work. Why doesn't it? wanb equals init wanb. Let me make sure init. Yeah, init wanb just returns wanb. What if I wait? What if I kill this? Does this change anything if I don't have it re-imported in the sub process? Maybe it's something weird like that. Long shot, but we're gonna try it. It'd be so nice to have these graphs working. Synced forging run. Okay. So what we have here, we have our hypers. If we check out our latest sweep, there's a small chance that it's now correct. Okay, so according to this, we have batch size of 131K, which is not on here. Wait, what? Why does this go 60,000? Wait. Huh? What is this axis? Excuse me? Wait, 20,000, 40,000, 0. Oh, it's truncating the damned axis. Okay. So what does this say? This says train batch size is 131K. What did I say it was? 130. So neither of these are 131K. And then the mini batch size, there is one that's 8,000. BPT horizon of 8. Where's that? There is one that's 8 here. Wait. But there's the other stuff is wrong, right? Max grad norm. Yeah, is off. So all these params are not what they're supposed to be. Let's see. And the batch size specifically is the giveaway because that should have been updated manually. But I have suggestion UUID in here. Wait. How is suggestion UUID? Oh, because it's just in the hypers here. It's not in wanb, right? But check foraging here, an overview. Yeah, 260. Same as before. Max grad norm of 4 is wrong because I have much lower max grad. Yes. So this is not getting updated whatsoever. It's going to be easier to tell if I can just add an extra key, right? Let's try that next. Let's just like add like wandb.config.train foo equals bar. Okay. And let's see if that does anything. You know, maybe there's some weird thing about modifying existing parameters. Failed? What? Are we dropping frames? No. 0 dropped frames. Okay. I just saw it get logged. If we check train, yeah, that key is not present. So that's very odd that that key is not present. Right? Yeah. Modify config. Locks the configuration. Let me see. When you initiate a sweep, wandb locks the config parameters that are being swept over to ensure consistency across runs. Means you cannot update the values of these parameters. Ah. Overriding a parameter would be weird. Nested configs, where you want to sweep over one parameter, prevents you from updating the fields under. Yeah, so this does not, apparently this never happened. Or, actually, let me just try to update wandb. If I use their latest version, let's see if that parameter shows up. Because maybe they did it. Welcome, Fruit Punch Samurai. Welcome. We are attempting to fix sweeps today so that I can run some cool experiments. And wandb is not cooperating. Now the thing I'm doing is not mandatory. So if this does not solve it, I'm probably just gonna like check a couple posts and then like, I don't know, bump something and stop and like just work around it for now. But it would be very, very nice to have. Yeah, it would definitely be very nice. So we've got this forging one, right? Okay, well this is different. 29 keys. So wait, this gave us something very different, didn't it? Wait, what? Forging. Sweep. Yeah, this gave us something very different, but we still don't have the parameter that we wanted in here. So I tried to like insert a parameter here to see if I could, and it does not appear to work. Though it's interesting that I got all this additional stuff. I mean, this is a nice setup, but it's still not what we want. Let me see if there's can we change the sweep configuration? Were you always into RL? Did you migrate through exploring other stacks? I started in natural language processing for a year, then I did computer vision for a year, and then I've done RL for the last 7 or 8. Well, yeah, started in other areas of ML that were much easier. This is hard. Ooh. That's promising. This is promising right here. Commented on Mesa. I don't even know if the API still supports this. But if I can do this, then this will solve the problem. So val change is true. And then we do wandb.config.dict. I need the underscore on this as well. I have no idea if this will even work. Config.update. Args of train. Okay, I think that the way you do this is we do args of train.update suggestion, and then we do args train.batch size, like this. So we make the closest power ones in here. Is this part of the continuous control you're working on in the previous streams? Okay, so I can give you a quick update on this. Kind of. So, Saturday when I do my solo dev, I ran some experiments for some other projects. I ran some experiments for continuous control. I got some sweeps done. Well, I got some runs done at the very least. I'll show you those. Oh wait, yeah, they're visualized right here. So we have runs here, 1 billion step runs for puffer, group, predator, prey, and foraging. The policies for these look okay. And now I want to be able to run like really good quality sweeps on these. So I'm going to fix up carbs, hyperparameter sweep algorithm, to work with this. The other thing I did over the weekend that I didn't quite finish because some rather distracting national things might have happened on Sunday, was the new configuration system, which I'm interested to see if you and other folks like. I've tried to make it way easier to use the config system for Puffer and make it way more intuitive. So I managed to cut like 100 lines of code out of the demo file, and I changed the YAML files to ini files, which are a little bit simpler. We will see whether it ends up being good or not. But yeah, now I'm updating the carb sweep thing to work with that so we can get these experiments running now. Okay, so this is updating args train. Args train. We're going to add foo as well, just because it'll be easy to tell if we have successfully done it. And then we do wadb config.train update args train. And then we're going to do allow val change equals true. That. Okay, let's see if this actually works now. Unexpected keyword allow val change. Maybe they just renamed it. Wanby gave me... Yeah, Wanby is good, but, like, it's kind of like where Puffer is, where, like, they need better error handling and validation so that users don't get stuck for as long. You know, admittedly, Puffer's had way fewer resources, so hopefully I'd like them to have this solved by now. But they're still doing very good. Wanby's just gotten very large very fast, which is always hard, right? So we're looking at the Wanby source now, looking for where their init function is. So I can, if I see it can so I can hack it. I'll be applying to MS, starting out in NLP as well. Hopefully get to do more research in RL down the line. Yeah, RL is fun. The nice thing with RL, like, so when I started in NLP, transformers didn't exist. And you could get SOTA on small data sets with, like, 1 GPU. So that was kind of nice. NLP is such a pain in the ass these days because, like, you just need so many resources. Yeah, it's rough. Wanby.sdk. Wait, where's Wanby SDK? Wanby import SDK as Wanby SDK. Okay. Wanby init import init. Ah, giant file. Okay, so here is... This is insane. I see allow val change. Init Wanby got... Oh, I'm stupid, is why. I am stupid. Actually, there's no reason you would ever want this to be false. This is like, what this is a case of shooting yourself in the foot or shooting your user in the foot to prevent them from shooting themselves in the foot. That's what that is. So they shot me in the foot to prevent me from shooting myself in the foot. This is NeoVim. You're looking at it. I used like plain no plugins Vim for like 7 years. What learning curve? There's no learning curve. There's like this tutor thing. And you do this for 10 minutes and then you know how to use Vim. You don't have to know a million shortcuts. There's like, I don't know, a dozen that you actually maybe use very often. If you want to try it out, there's a Vim bindings plugin for VS Code. Okay, let's see if this gives us what we want. Main thing is to stop clicking the damn mouse for everything. Mm-hmm. Bruh, where's my new hyperparameter? You should be here. What the hell? Where's my hyper? It ought to be here. Maybe this didn't get updated yet? Sweep. No, it's just not here. There should be a foo. Oh, did I mess something up? No, that's just a carbs thing. That's fine. This should be fine though. Like, what is wrong with this? Come on. Allow val change. It should 100% be there, right? Maybe... Do I have to do this? Because technically I imported 1B here. Maybe this solves it? I say 20% chance this solves it. Nope, 29 parameters. It's so disappointing. Unless maybe they changed the lock parameter. New backend. Config.locked. Allow val change. This allow val change thing documented. Allow whether to allow config values to change after setting the key once. If you want to track something like a varying learning rate, use log. What? One be init, setup. What's the exact error? I'll try to find something as well. This is kind of tricky, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to update config parameters in WANDB after it's been initialized inside of a sweep. And it's not like it's throwing me, it's just not letting me do it. It's like, it's not failing, it's just not updating the parameter. Like I'll do wanb.config.update and it won't let me. I found the bug here. Can we change after updating a sweep? And somebody has this workaround, but I can't tell if it's working. It doesn't appear to be working for me. wanb.config. Maybe they changed the name and I can find it here. It's a pre-init object, so I need to have it initted first, which is obnoxious. Wanb. Where the frick is wanb.config? Long, wanb termwarn. What if I just like look up lock inside of lock? Update locked. Shallow update. Self._update. Okay. Ignore locked equals none. If self._check locked. Sanitize. Sanitize dict. Instance. So much code. Is there just like an update unlocked or some shit here? Can I do that? There's got to be a function, right? Update locked. Merge locked. I don't have an update unlocked. Wait, self dot underscore locked self dot underscore items. Wait, so do they have underscore methods? Set item. If check locked of key return. Yeah. Not ignore locked. Check locked. So I see this underscore locked here. Yeah, this thing should work. Update locked. Self.sanitize. Ignore keys. Well, they do have set item, right? So I have one additional thing I can do. 1B configs are immutable the moment the run begins, right? So if you change the config once the run is already started, it wouldn't work. Does this help? Well, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out how to get around that. And they're not immutable. Like, look, they have update methods. Underscore callback. Set callback. Okay, I think I know how to do this. I think I have an idea. I think what I'm going to do, data equals self dot underscore update. Okay, so what we're going to do is, and this is the last thing I'm going to try. 1b.config items.dict dot update. So this is going to go, so this is 1b.config train underscore items dict update args of train, and then we're going to do config train callback equals train. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to get Wanby to let me frickin' update arguments when I pass it to a sweep so that I can integrate this new hyperparameter tuning algorithm and get like reasonable curves. I think I might have figured it out. This is the last thing I'm going to try though, because this is incredibly boring, and hopefully Wanby will just fix it. And if this doesn't work, then I'm just going to, like, you know, move on, and we'll do other stuff. Dict has no attribute underscore items. Hold on. Dict object. Oh. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Yeah, okay, they just didn't handle nested dicts, is all, I think. Because this train has a dict. Yeah, so I think that the way that you do this is actually wanb.config.update. You do train args of train, and then allow val changes true. I think that does it, right? Because, yeah, I think it just wasn't triggering the update. It wasn't telling the CLI that it's been updated because I was updating a dictionary, not a config object. And that would make sense why I wasn't getting any errors or anything as well. Let's see. So you get the suggestion. It runs the experiment. So that's good. Let's see. Let's see if it does it. And then if this works, then we'll be able to get good sweeps. And we'll be able to run like 100 billion steps worth of experiments on all our ends and whatever, and we'll get cool sweeps. It'll be awesome. $31 keys. Yes! Yes! Okay, our test worked. We got it. We actually got it. That was so stupid that has like that weird lock on it. That this doesn't matter. This Pareto shit doesn't matter. We got it. I hate having to debug stuff like that. It's so obnoxious, but we got it. Okay, so look how stupid this solution is. We had to init wandb with like this special like, hey, we don't want you to shoot yourself in the foot, so we're gonna shoot your foot before you can do it yourself. Okay, and then what we had to do is that wasn't enough. You had to delete this like underscore locked weird property in wandb, and then you had to update with this allow val changes true. Okay, got it. Now this is really good because what this means is I had this obnoxious thing where like we would run these awesome hyperparam sweeps. Let me find one. Okay, like here's a hyperparam sweep of 100 things with snake, right? So huge hyperparam sweep, and we can't, this is garbage. Like you can't tell anything from this because these are the hyperparameters from wandb, not the hyperparameters from carbs. So this is random noise. So now this graph will be meaningful and we'll actually be able to, and this will be meaningful as well, so we'll actually be able to tell which hyperparameters matter, which is perfect. Now the question is how crazy we want to go, right? How much we want to invest in the sweep. I think this is kind of at a good spot where we can run something. Let's run, like, what's one of these that I think is going to do really well with a hyperparameter sweep, right? If we go back to Puffer, I think that this group task has a lot of potential, right? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to run carbs on the group task with a base experiment length of 500 million steps. Let's do that. I'm trying to think how I want to set it up. Total time steps, log. So, yeah, all I have to do is set min and max here. Okay, so for total time steps, we set wandb params, right? And then we set search center is integer, and we go mmin is going to be 500 million, and then mmax, and actually we're going to do 500 million here, so it's at the low end, and then mmax equals 10 billion steps. That sounds cool. This might be kind of aggressive, but we'll see. And now we're going to commit all this stuff up. Clean pufferl. No, we don't need that. We need config, defaults, ini. We need demo. Need, yeah, that's it. Fix carb sweep. And then we're going to go grab ourselves a puffer box. Which, do I have a puffer box somewhere that I can use? I have puffer box 1 available. Puffer box is one of our servers. It's got some nice stuff on it. It's got this, humble, I don't know if it shows up. Yeah, humble little 4090 on it. I'm going to leave this box alone for now. I'm going to use a different one. It's puffer box 0. Get branch, get pull, get stash, get pull. Okay. And I think we do tmux attach. We do Python demo and group mode sweep spec multiprocessing. Let's see if this works. Apparently not. Looks like we have some minor stuff to fix. It's not accepting the time parameter correctly. Carbs params total time step. That should have done it actually, right? So what happened? Oh, I know what happened. That's silly. No. I just did the wrong sweep param. So now we do sweep carbs. And we'll see what this gives us. And this should launch what will be a fairly long sweep. A key error, total time steps. Right. So this is a legit oversight. Carbs param. So I could do... I could just hard code it, right? Suggest Wait, where is it? Param spaces. 1B train params. Train params. Total time steps. Values. Is that the case? That's so messy. Let's just add it back in for now to the sweep specs, I think. Oops, what happened? Oh, comma. Config ocean grid. And we'll just add back, or yeah, we'll just add the total time steps thing, since that's what we're going to be using. So sweep.parameter.total time steps, and we'll just do not values, distribution. What's the thing from config defaults I wanted? Config defaults. Yeah, log uniform values is what you want. So min is going to be 500 million, and max is going to be 10 billion. And we see if this works. Perfect. So this is now a 15-minute experiment, which means it's probably a little less than 1 billion time steps. Training at around 1 million steps per second. This is on the slightly slower box. And it's returning rewards. And this will run some experiments. Now, I'm just now realizing that I think I messed one other thing up. I want to have 100 experiments run. And I might have set it to 10. Nope, it's set to 500. That's fine. I think it can just chill on 500, and I might not wait for it to finish, but that's totally fine. So let's just commit up these fixes. Grid. Commit. Update minor fixes. Okay, so now we have the experiments running well on the new environment with a proper hyperparam sweep. And that will hopefully find us some cool stuff. We also have the new config system, which is very nice. And we can do a bunch of stuff from here. There are a lot of directions I could go from here, honestly. I do want to do some stuff on continuous. We could probably do some stuff on continuous locally to see if we can get an idea of that. There's still a little work to be done on the config and sweeps systems. And there's also, I have some ideas behind running new sims. Give me a couple minutes here. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to go check and make sure one other thing, and then I will be right back. And we will come up with some cool stuff to do from here. Because that's kind of enough boring work for the day, right? We'll come up with some fun stuff. Okay. Ugh. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So there was one thing that's like not really a standing meeting. Okay. So fun stuff. Let me just go back through like the plan of what I'm doing with Puffer now and how far along everything is. So I've got the side project that needs some work that is not announced yet. It's almost done. It just needs some experimental work. Very, very close. There are just a few things I'm not quite fully happy with. We've got the snake environment that's done. We've got these continuous control M's that maybe we need to tune the reward functions a little bit, but for the most part, it's in a good spot, and we just get to run experiments on them now, right? We could always make a fun, fancy renderer for them. We could like make that thing better, but you know, we can do that whenever. That gives us pretty decent range of environments for basic tests. You know, we could always use more M's, but decent enough environments for basic tests. Hyperparameter sweeps are in a reasonable spot as well. We've got carbs integration. It's pretty robust. I've used it for a number of things already. You know, there are a few small things we can improve here and there, but we don't have to spend a bunch of time on that. You know, it's really boring to just like sit down and try to improve carbs integration or whatever. It's way more fun to like do it as you need it for other projects and just run experiments in the background, right? So simulation, compatibility, hyperparameter sweeps, these are all good. The most fun thing, and I think the thing that's coolest for people to see, is building more high perf simulations for reinforcement learning. And that's what I'd like to spend a lot more time doing. It's fun, it's high impact on the field, it's probably the best way to get more people into this stuff. It does take some time. You know, it took me a week for the snake end, but I think I could build something like that way faster now, right? But there's still some time. So there are a few different things we could do in and around this project that would be interesting. I'd like to get people's feedback on this a little bit as well, though it's, you know, I don't want to start anything huge just yet is the main thing. Like a project that I had in mind is building like a really stripped down MOBA as an RL environment and make it run like millions of steps per second. I'm very confident that I can do that. I don't know how long it will take, and I don't want to do like a 1 month project, right? Because that already like that burns a huge amount of the summer, and on one environment, can't quite justify doing that just yet. I already have like a big sim project on the side, so that's tough. I could do some slightly smaller scale environments that are still complex and interesting if people have ideas on it. I could work on better render front ends for environments. I could work on, you know, some existing environments that could have some major optimizations. A lot of different stuff I could do. And then the goal is going to be on like whatever environments we build. The goal is like build the environment, you know, get it set up, run some basic tests, and then run a carb sweep to solve it. And just like have the whole experimental phase essentially be automated by carbs. That's the goal. So this with this environment that I just added, these environments, we have now basic support for continuous control. So we can do continuous controls type stuff. So we can do physics stuff, but we got to be careful that because like whatever it is, we're going to probably either be using a really basic engine or having to write our own, which is tricky. I don't have a ton of experience with that either. So we could try to write like a little robotics type sim and make it really fast. But it would have to be like a pretty small scoped thing. We could try to write like a really good renderer for some of this stuff, though I don't know how useful that would be. Yeah. So many possibilities here. So many ways we could go with this. I've got it in my head that I really want to write like a little mini MOBA, but I know how hard that would be. And I've been like thinking like, well, would it really be that hard? Is there a way I could do it that wouldn't be that hard? Nah, it's kind of hard. Kind of no matter what you do. And the thing is like, if I want to do continuous control stuff anyways, right? Just like making the movement continuous control doesn't really do it for the robotics people anyways. Like if you're going to do continuous control, they want like at least some sort of little robot. And then they already have their own environments that they're very attached to and like that they consider to be like complex and interesting. So it would be really hard to beat the complexity of one of those big simulators because we'd have to kind of do our own physics engine and like contact points and stuff, and that would be hard. What are some other cool RL type projects we could do on this? I thought about trying to like re-implement Atari games and make them really fast. Well, that wouldn't be particularly hard. There are a lot of Atari games, and it's hard to get. It's really hard to get those Atari games to be like it's hard to get all of them implemented, right? Because there are just so many of them. So like I could do a Breakout or a Pong game or something like that very easily, but I don't know if that does too much on its own. I like doing massively multi-agent stuff, because it scales really well and it's a cool thing to show off. But I don't know if that is something that I can come up with an infinite number of environments. There's also the possibility of trying to figure out how to put some of these environments online, which I would really like to do and I think would be really cool if people could play them. The problem there is I have absolutely no experience with web dev, and I would need somebody to point me in the direction of like a reasonable tool stack for that, because I don't want to go implement the environments in JavaScript, and I would need to find a decent way of setting stuff up for that, to like run other stuff on server side, or on client side, I mean. So many different directions I could go in. But the thing is, I know if I just keep trying to like polish on this, it's not going to be very interesting to watch, and I'm going to get bored as well. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to come up with like a more complex game environment if we just like implement a cool little game that will have something interesting to it. What are some cool games that have been done in reinforcement learning before that have maybe been done really slowly, or maybe we could do something on top of? Or alternatively, we can just start looking into the MOBA and seeing how hard that would really be. I mean, surely somebody must have implemented one of these, right? Not for RL, just in general, like mini-MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, like Dota or League of Legends. Well, this is in Fortnite, which is hilarious. But that's a good view of a map. They do like a 3-lane map type thing. Mini-MOBA. This is like the classic map of a MOBA, right? Let's start a doc. Just to see. Just to see if this is practical. Mini-MOBA. Is this something people would find cool? If I did something like this? Couldn't you have a MOBA-like play in Neural MMO? Not really. You can't really retrofit like a different game into an MMO like that. It's more substantial. There's no such thing as like an anything engine, right? The anything engine is these hands writing code. Um, you can't just like write a game engine that does like a game that is the engine to do everything. Main features of a MOBA. Main features of a MOBA. We need 3 lanes. We need multiple heroes. We need towers. You need like some sort of like towers to defend. You need minions. Minion waves. Do people not know what this is? Do people not know League of Legends? Dota? No? Monsters Jungle? Yeah, okay. I did not know that this was not something that people are like super familiar with, but like the general format of a MOBA is that you have, I mean, there are really 2 big ones, right? It's League of Legends or Dota. Hugely popular games. There are 3 lanes. You have 5 heroes, each controlled by a player. You send, some heroes down each lane, and there are creeps that follow you. So you have like these minions. The minions fight each other, and then you and your opponents on the same lane fight each other over the minions. You try to get, XP by killing the minions. You try to kill the other heroes in lane. There are monsters around in like the jungle area, the intermediate areas that you can also kill for XP. There's usually some like neutral zone in the center that has some other objectives. And there are towers. You have some number of towers. I think it's 3 towers plus some inner ones in each lane. You try to defend these towers. The towers will like fight back. They will attack stuff within range. Yeah, that is the general format of a MOBA. Okay, I mean, the fact that I see people chatting means that this is something that people are probably interested in. So, and I actually think that this would be a really good thing for me to do, because it would be the first environment that's like substantially not grid based, but possibly still scales to be fast. Yeah, let's think about this. I'm not going to commit to this just yet, because this could be like 2 months of work, but I want to see if there's like, is there a way that I can come up with to do this that would be interesting in like 2 weeks, and like have, a little bit of time on the side to run experiments and other things, so I can polish up other stuff on the side, right? So we've got 3 lanes. There are, let's see, towers to defend, minion waves, like neutrals in jungle, maybe. We probably need something like that. Principal objective to destroy Nexus, yeah. Towers to defend, like some, like Nexus, objective, multiple heroes. What? Am I stupid? Hero. What? Okay. Okay, this makes sense to me. So, if I were to implement this thing, right? What was like the minimum I would need to do? Yeah, you have so multiple heroes with abilities, and then maybe items. I actually don't think items are going to be as important, because like the OpenAI guys, they scripted the item buys, I'm pretty sure, anyways, or at least partially scripted. I think that they either partially or fully scripted the items, anyways. You do need something to have like gold or to spend gold on or something like that. Yeah, but I don't want to do like different builds and stuff like that. I don't want to get into that level of complexity. So let me just think. So this is like the hallmark. I'll put it into this one, item market. Okay, so what is like the bare minimum for demo? Like the bare minimum that I would need in order to make this thing possible. Well, I think that I would need to have like the lane, like some way to do the map, right? Like the lanes in the map. So like basic movement map. I need some sort of basic creeps that fight each other, right? So some sort of basic creeps plus creep AI. And then like hero with ability to attack and that's kind of it, right? Bare minimum to like get something done would be like you have the map, you have the lanes, the creeps go and fight each other, and then the heroes can go to like the various different lanes and do stuff there, right? That would be like the bare minimum in order to, and then we can like add stuff from there. So what I want to get is how hard is it going to be to do that? It's a good start, yeah. So the big thing that I'm worried about here, the big thing is not having grid observations. Ooh, this is an important choice. Yeah, no, so the way that they did this in Dota, they had this beast of an architecture here. And they had, like, they had all the units like this, and they had this attentional type architecture. So what I would have to do in order to tell which minions or whatever you can see, a simple 2D ultra-fast MOBA game, reusing grid-based continuous control engine. It's an awesome idea now that I think of it. Yeah, so I could make it grid-based continuous control. That I could do. That wouldn't be that bad, right? And then I could decide later if I want to do something different. That sounds good, right? I feel like it would make something similar to OpenAI 5 way more accessible. But yeah, so that's the thing with OpenAI. I love this project. I absolutely love this project. I was 15 feet away from the team when they were building this, and it was just the coolest thing by the most talented people I'd ever seen. And there was some talk internally of like, okay, once we solve Dota, let's solve it with 1% of the compute or something like that. And they never did it. And it was like this awesome reinforcement learning result, like so good. And it just never happened. Which is just so rough. You know, there would be easier projects to re-implement. Like, I could probably do like the emergent tool use or capture the flag or one of those way easier. And maybe I should start with that. But like this would be so cool. And I've kind of learned that like once I get an idea like this in my head, I kind of have to do it because I'm not going to want to work on anything else until I at least like convince myself that this is super hard. And like half the time, half the time I like try something really hard, it ends up not being really hard. So maybe I can just do it, right? Okay, let's see. So we use the continuous control engine, right? We use like the really basic continuous control engine. Yeah, we reuse the really basic continuous control engine. Um, it's not going to run as fast is the one thing with... actually, it might. We did like 1 meter squares. Maybe. Hard to say. I don't know if the continuous control engine is a good fit or not. I think it's reasonable, at least. Is it easier or harder because of the continuous control engine? Well, it does let you run it discrete or continuous, which is nice. And it simplifies the network architectures. But it actually kind of complicates some other stuff, doesn't it? No, because it simplifies collision checks, right? Yeah, because how else do you do collision checks? I think we can try it. Okay, the one thing I want to know before I start on this is I want to know how you do, how you normally do collision checks. I think you do something like having a grid anyways, right? And then you just do collision checks within the grid. Yeah. So I think there's pretty much always going to be a grid anyways, so we may as well start with it. So like, I come up with some map, right? I come up with, well, I start with the continuous control code. I come up with some fixed map. I add like basic attack actions and health and stuff like that. And then I add some really basic NPCs. Yeah, I add some like really basic NPCs. The AI will be kind of tricky to do fast, but there aren't that many of them. I should still be able to get this thing running like hundreds of thousands of FPS regardless, which is still crazy fast. And then the attacks. What about the attacks? The one thing that's concerning to me is that like the vision range in a MOBA just has to be bigger fundamentally. Like the game doesn't make sense with very, very local vision. You know, maybe I just use the grid engine for the fast collision checks. How big does the vision range have to be compared to 11 by 11? Well, I mean, think about it, right? The tile size has to be small enough that like minions can stand next to each other. So if you're gonna think of like how big the tiles should represent, should be represented, have different classes, tank, range, assassin. Okay, like we can get to that stuff. It's basics first. How big does the vision range have to be compared to 11 by 11? Actually, that is a good question to have to answer. So, the thing is, the minions can't move through each other on the grid system the way I have it defined. So, they have to like path around each other, I guess. So they have to do the pathing on the grid. So well, the minions actually can't collide with each other. I think in like Dota and League, they have like they do have collision checks on them anyways. So maybe not the worst thing in the world. And then you can definitely move. Maybe the grid engine just works. Hey brother, do you still have the MMO example from your thesis live still? Want to show a friend the environment, love the work. It should be. This appears to work, right? This thing? It looks like the some of the assets have broken, like some of the NPCs have disappeared. I love how like web apps just seem to rot on their own for no particular reason. But other than like this missing asset thing being weird, yeah, it seems like it works. I hate web dev so much. Let me turn the AC down and then we're going to start coding this. I'm only going to do this if, is this using Puffer? Yeah, it's using Puffer for training and for inference and stuff, yeah. The web demo is not live using Puffer, it's just a rendering of like a example, like from agents that were using Puffer. Yeah, it's the training requires Puffer for sure to be reasonable to do. Let me update stream title. Okay, let's start on this. We're gonna start with the grid engine until we get stuck on the grid engine, is how it's gonna work. And we'll probably have to make the vision radius something kind of large. So, we'll train a few 100,000 steps per second or whatever, and we'll go from there. And then maybe we'll come up with stuff afterwards to make it better. MOBA, grid continuous, copy grid continuous slash star. No, we just want grid continuous slash grid continuous dot pi MOBA slash MOBA dot pi, and then we want grid continuous slash C grid continuous pi x MOBA slash C MOBA dot pi x. Okay, and we will make a environment snake name MOBA. We'll do this make MOBA. Let's put this a little higher up. Let's put this here. Grid, let's do make MOBA. Make MOBA. Don't need any of this. Horizon doesn't need to be set either, I don't think. Map size. Do we need map size? Not really. I think it's just going to be a fixed map. We're going to make it really easy. MOBA.env creator. Nope, this needs to be return, because it's going to be in the fancy API. Cool. From dot MOBA, import MOBA. Okay. Buffer MOBA. 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 This. And we will start messing with stuff. We don't need any of these tasks. Discretize. Discretize useful? Yeah, discretize is actually pretty useful. So we'll keep that for now. Don't need food reward. Don't need expected lifespan. Do need report interval. Don't need horizon. Do need vision range and agent speed. Do not need width and height, I don't think. I think that's just going to end up being hard-coded. Yeah, this should be fun. Map. How big is the Dota map in meters? Dota map size. Map would be approximately 150 by 150 meters. Rough estimates. 11 by 100 by 1100 game units, which is, how big do I want to make the squares? I think 3 feet by 3 feet is probably too big. If I say it's 2 feet by 2 feet, then that is 75 by 75 tiles? That seems really small. No, wait, meters. So it's the other way around. So divide by, so like 200 tiles? 250 tiles? Well, I should make this smaller, right? 128 by 128 tiles. Does that give me enough room? Probably does to start with, right? Let's make this 128 by 128 tiles. Okay, and then we do self.width, self.height, self.width is map.shape. We'll do self.num agents. Is, well, the total num agents is 10. 10. Don't need horizon, do need vision range, agent speed discretize. Port interval, good. Oh, here's the grid right here. So I can just do, was it? I can do just self.height, 128, width is 128, and then I can do the grid right here is going to be self.height, width, agent positions, self.num agents, spawn position cans, we do not need this whatsoever. Agent colors, we do not need this either. Emulated, we do not need. Buff is going to be self.num agents, num agents, num agents, self.num agents. Oops, self.num agents. Perfect. Now I'm trying to think where I want to prototype this. I think I probably want to prototype this mostly in Python, right? Prototyping in Python would be slow. Don't need episode rewards like this. Don't need this done's not done's thing. That's weird. I didn't need this at all. Yeah. Okay. Good enough to start with. So self.agent positions. Wait. Self.buff.observations. Oh yeah. This is for this is fine. I should actually tweet this. There's a gym env called Dirk. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Dirk MOBA RL. What is this thing? This is the Dota thing that's crazy. This is 4 years old. Oh yeah, I saw this. For research and fun. Huh. How fast is this? Let's see. Run. What does this say? This create env run. What are these benchmarks? What does this mean? Num samples is 20. Wait, so is this really slow? 6 seconds is this? Well, unless convinced otherwise, I'm going to assume super slow. We will make something that is super fast. But this is cool. I wonder if this guy has any, Have I met this guy? AI Game Studio? Well, this looks pretty cool. Anyways. Enough yapping. Let's build. Okay, so we have the view, the cnv. I think we're probably going to not have the cn for quite a while. So we're just going to get rid of this. We're going to do self.agents is fine. Grid fill empty is fine. Okay. Init function, we don't need this. Episode rewards, we don't need this. Self.cm.reset, we don't need this. Some rewards we need. Fill observations. We need this as well. So I think this is where we put our logic. Self.vision range. So we're going to do, this is going to be to fill some walls in. So the thing can spawn at a reasonable spot. We can do self.agent positions. Where's the agent positions? Yeah, self.agent positions. We'll just hard code some positions. So like self.agent positions of row will be 0 equals 120. I'm gonna have to just mark these on the map or something. Can I do just for now like 120 row and then like 8, 120 and 8? Yeah, I think so. 121. No, wait, I can't go any closer than that, so I should just put them. I should just put them like row call, like 9. Oops, 10. This should be 1, 2. Okay, and now the other one will be like this. Self.agent positions of 5 is going to be, row will be 8, and then 120, and then 9, 10, 11. There. So there are agents spawned. I don't have the lanes made yet. I'm going to probably just have to draw a map, I'm assuming. We'll do that after. That should be fairly easy to do. Not really, actually, to be fair. We might do some like weird masking of the Dota map. I might just like import that map and like mask or trace or something like that. But okay, we have the agent spawned in. Now we got to do, let's not do creeps yet. Let's just keep the agents until we can get this running. Buff.rewards.fill. Okay, cool. So in order to make this now run, where's the step function? Oh, I kind of do want the CNF, don't I? Because it has like the engine code in it. Yeah, I do. I don't have the Python version of it anymore, right? My bad. Let's go grab that code from Puffer. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually, I didn't want to debug in Python, but because we already have the engine implemented, I think it's probably just better to do it that way. CNV. And we're going to have to make some big changes as well before we can get it running. Okay, well, we'll make the goal today to get like some basic, some super basic, like the agents run around in a map that looks like a MOBA, and maybe have like an attack action or something like that. And we'll see how long that takes, and we'll go from there. So we've got self.cnv. We don't need these spawn position cans, right? Agent colors. Should I have left agent colors? No, because I know I'm going to have to do it a different way anyways. Agent positions, obs view. I mean, there's going to be some really cool tech in this at the very least, so it'll be cool. Agents, horizon. Don't have horizon, have vision range, speed, discretize, no food reward. Expected lifespan is gone, so we do like this. What the hell just happened to my Docker? Dude, this thing just broke my freaking terminal. Freaking... Ah. Wand B? Cannot be breaking a guy's terminals. Okay. Where's all my other stuff? The hell? What in the hell? Created 11 days ago. Well, where's all this stuff in it? Are you kidding me? Why is this on, like, dev branch? Is this a different container? Six days ago. Ah, here, it's okay. I found it. It's just the wrong container. We're fine. Who the heck is this? Name is 1.0. Okay. Docker stop puffer tank. Okay, there. We got it back. So, okay, so we need a whole bunch of stuff here. Don't want spawn position cans, agent colors. Don't need width, don't need height. Num agents. Not really. Horizon, don't need that. Vision range, agent speed, discretize is good. But that's all we need, I think. So we can just do like this. Food reward. Yeah, that's nice. And then we just do self.height. Shape is 0. Horizon doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Grid, observations, rewards, agent positions, colors, and spawn cans don't matter. Width, height, horizon doesn't matter. Vision range, speed, discretized food reward doesn't matter. Expected lifetime doesn't matter. Agent position, spawn cans. Okay, cool. So that's nice there. Now compute observations is fine. Spawn food is not needed. Spawn agent is going to be heavily modified. Reset is sure, whatever. Agent spawning. We do not do agent spawning here. So we can get rid of this, right? Yeah. Actually, the stream has gone up a little bit since I posted that, so that's cool. The Twitch stream, I mean, at least, or the Twitter one. Most of it's on Twitter. So let's see. We have actions continuous, actions discrete. How much can we code on this? Actually, let me text a friend, asked me to tell him on this. One sec. Live. Autocorrect is the worst thing ever invented. Okay, so we don't need food. This goes away. Don't need colors. Don't need random agent respawn. I don't think. I might regret that. We'll see. Okay, and now what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to debug this thing into existence. So we're going to add pufferlib environments ocean MOBA or C MOBA dot pyx like this. Setup build. We'll see. So we have agent positions is not built in. Undeclared name not built in. 46. Did I spell this wrong? Maybe there's a error higher up. Agent positions is not a type. Oh, I forgot a comma. That's all. Okay, so that does compile. Let's take this signature and go to the Python file. And we'll do right here in reset. We'll get the signature. So it's grid, agent positions, observations, rewards. Don't need width and height. Don't need num agents, apparently. We do vision range. Vision range, agent speed, discrete. Okay, perfect. And we have this reset is actually in CLAN, so we can just do like this, and then we do self.cm.reset. Perfect. And then we need to add the binding to config, right? Yes, we need to add binding to config. So configs ocean. We're going to copy grid because it's going to be very similar to MOBA any, and env name is just going to be MOBA. And yeah, that's kind of it, right? For now. And MOBA mode eval. No attribute MOBA. Okay. MOBA. So puffer MOBA. Init takes a ton of arguments, apparently. 7 given. Make MOBA. So what do we do? That doesn't seem to make sense. So this is vision range, agent speed. So all this stuff is fine. So I guess that I didn't do... Oh, wait, see grid continuous. Grid continuous. Yeah, no, this is the wrong one. So this is going to be ocean.moba.cmoba. Import environment is cnv. Differing extents in dimensions. Okay. Really? How about here? I have to do this before, I think, right? I have to put this above the cnv. Oh, so close. And terminals. I don't need either of these because they're just empty. Okay, cool. Do I see anything? No, I don't see anything because of the agent colors thing, right? So agent 1, agent 2, and so on and so forth. mOBA. Agent colors. So this is not... Wait, agent positions. We have compute observations. Hold on. When you spawn an agent, you put it on the grid. And you put agent positions and on the grid, right? And then when you step the thing, you do... So I have to put it on the grid as well. MOBA. So let's just put this at the top where we instantiate it. No, actually, it should go here. Self.agent positions star equals dot array d type. This is fine. And then what do? We do self.grid agent 1. Self.agent positions like this. Agent 1. Let's see. Arrays used as indices must be type bool. Okay. Why can't we see... We can't see anything on the grid yet, though, right? And then we have this renderer down here. Where's the renderer? Render mode. Should be a render function, right? Yes, right here. So we have colors, the grid here. Let's see what's in the grid. Is the grid empty? Unique grid. Okay, so we do have a 3, which is agent 1. And then they're gone. So they're there for 2 frames, and then they're gone. Actually, I should probably just check where they are for those 2 frames, right? Can I see them? Okay, so here, that doesn't really help. Let's see, maybe that's step. Maybe if I just do in step, I will just like continue, and we'll see what happens here. Let's just do like return self.buff. Let's see if this does anything. Okay, so yes. So here we have the agents, right? And they should be able to move from there. That's exactly what we wanted. C-MOBA. Now, what happens in step is we get these velocities. And now we say if it's 0, then we empty the grid. Oh, I think I forgot to update the grid, right? Equals agent 1. Yeah. Place. Okay. And now we eval. Okay, perfect. So now we have our agents that are spawned in the 2 corners, and they're wandering around, right? This is the basis for what we do next. It's funny that it will actually take them a very long time to just even randomly stumble all the way over to where the creeps are, right? I think once we're gonna have to lock in the map size pretty soon. Well, I guess we could do a high-res map and then downscale it, right? Let's open up Photoshop. See what we can get for the map. I'm not going to entirely go like make my own map from scratch here. I'm going to use the Dota map. Overhead view of the game map as of version 7.33. Okay. Save. open with. $1,000 by 959. Interesting that it is not exactly uniform. Dota, yes. We are building a high-performance miniature MMO, a miniature MOBA, not MMO. I've built plenty of that. For... Oh, wait, got a message? Okay. So this is 1,000 by 959. We should stretch it to 1028, or was it 1024? 24 by 1024. Create. Paste. Yeah. Paste this in here. We want this to be centered. This. Perfect. And I'm not an artist here, so this might take me a second. But what we want to do is we basically want to just like trace or mask or whatever so that we don't have to design our own entire map. Because the point of this is not to make like a game that I can sell. The point of this is to make an RLENV. So we're just going to use like very similar map. Now the question is this too complicated? Shit, I forgot how complicated the Dota map is, actually. Wait. I forgot how much of a more complicated game is Dota, like Dota is than League. Shit. There's like all these side lanes, right? Wait, how much more complicated is the Dota map than the League map? Do they have the overhead? They don't even have a good overhead that we would be able to use if we wanted to, right? Yeah, they don't even have a good one. Oh man, it's so much simpler, right? I guess stylistically, it's just that they have... Let me see. So League has one jungle in the center, which is actually smaller. And Dota has all this extra stuff on the side. Twisted tree line map is just 2 lanes. I wanted 3 lanes. And I do like the classic map. I think what we can do is we can... Vainglory map? Oh god, that's going to be so simple, right? Mobile. Vainglory map. Yeah, that's crazy simple, right? But the thing is, none of them have good top-downs. I guess this... Is this Smite, like, cartoon of the Smite map? I mean, I kind of want to do the Dota one, and I just want to, like... I'll just, like, paint over stuff that we don't need for now. I think that would be the coolest thing to do. I mean, Dota's really, like, the OG. You know... It's really, like, the OG of everything. So... To start with... How am I going to do this? This gets locked, right? And I think that what you do is you just, like, wand this. Oh, that's really crunch. Let's do, like, 30. That's not bad, right? You do something like that. Oh, I'm actually kind of concerned, though, when we downscale this map is kind of fundamentally really high res, right? Like, when I downscale it, I'm not even going to have enough pixels to do stuff with, right? Interesting. What if I do like this? Or like contiguous? Oof. That's tricky. I guess I can just do something for now and not care too much, right? Trace them like just real quick. Yeah, I think the quickest thing is just going to be to like go on this layer here, right? Get like a decent size brush. Be bigger than this. What, 50 maybe? And just like start painting around stuff in black. So like we want obstacles. If I do, hold on. Do I just like paint the jungles out for now and the side lanes and just like keep the main lanes? I could probably do that, right? Yeah, like so if I wanted to just do like this. Wait, what the heck? Why can't I draw? Why can't I not draw? Oh, wrong brush. Needs symmetry. Well, I was going to just try to paint. I guess, yeah, you're right. I kind of have to flip it, huh? And I'd have to, like, paint the same thing on both sides. Is the map perfectly symmetrical? Is there a box function to just box off the areas in the... Well, yeah, I can draw boxes. What I was going to do is I was just going to go like this. Why is this opacity? Again. Dude, what is with the smoothing on this thing? It's like... There. Yeah. So I was just going to like go like this. Or something. I guess that's going to be the quickest thing, right? Is to just do that. I can do it with boxes as well. Might be easier. So like we do from here, like we don't need this. We don't need this one. Whoops. Nope. Wand this. G this. Nope. Did what? Wand this. G this. Okay. We will say they start here at the fountain, right? So we box this area. We box like this. Gee, this shouldn't be too long if I just do it this way, right? And we box like this. Oops. Like, was it like here-ish? No. Gee. I think if I just use the brush, it'll be faster. Yeah. And then we only need the lane, so I can just get rid of all this, right? We don't need this. And then I'll be able to edit this like as a mask really easily as well. So don't need the river. You just need this one lane right here, so I can like go around like this. I'll mirror it as well so it's symmetrical if I can figure out how to do that. And then in the jungle, you don't need most of it. So I'm just going to put like a big blob in the middle. I'll leave the river, but I'm going to like just blob everything else out. So I'm going to go like this, something like this maybe. Right? And then this section that's like nicely rounded here, we'll go, and all the way to the river, we'll go like this. And this is too big. This, like, the bottom jungle is, like, huge in Dota, so we need to cover quite a bit more of it. Like this, maybe? Yeah. And then the bottom lane is also huge, so we'll do like this. And, like this. That looks pretty good, right? Mid lane is kind of huge, so let's just like chunk a little bit out of that. Yeah. And now if I can... And then can I transform, flip horizontal, transform, flip vertical. Boom. And I have to erase a little bit of it, but that's not bad. Merge layers. And we will just like cut in this way so that we have like a reasonable lane here. And we'll like just fix it. And it's basically symmetrical, right? This looks like a decent start, right? So we have the basic Dota map. Basic Dota map. Big center region, 3 lanes. Let's save this initially as like Dota PSD. We'll put this on desktop here. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to export. Is there an export? Quick export as PNG or export as. Is it going to let me? Okay, yeah, here. So I have this. Nearest. So this is sharp. This looks fine, right? We're going to put this on downloads. Say Dota bitmap. That didn't take long. Slash mount C download or down, was it desktop users, Dota bitmap tank slash, and then we will buffer Dota slash buffer tank Dota buffer lib slash ocean or environments, ocean MOBA. Cool. So now we got the map. And we can load up the map. And we can see if we can get the agents to run around it a little bit. And then we can probably start on Creep AI already, which is pretty darn fast progress. And it looks like people like this because this is the highest concurrent on YouTube that we've had. So that's cool. Glad to see people are interested, given it's pretty slow going. You know, it's dev on the scale of like days or weeks, not on the scale of months or years. So it's fast by dev standards, but it's slow by live content standards. Let's see. So, right, we need to go right here, this grid object, Dota or game map equal numpy, or was it here? Load game map from PNG to bitmap. Yeah. And it is Dota bitmap, from pill. So we get the image, we open it, and then game map equals sum equal, how do I have it here? Food empty wall is 2. Yeah, so we do self.grid, self.grid, game map not equal 0 is equal to wall. All right. And we need to move the agents on this map as well. So if I can just like YOLO guess where these guys are. This looks like if I wanted to spawn them somewhere around here, this is why like 128. So this is 64. So this is 30. So like 32 should be a pretty safe spot to spawn them, right? I would think. So like, was it 128 minus, so 96? 96, 32, 96, 33. And then this is, no, this is column, row, column. This might actually work. Let's run it and see. Oh, cool. Look, we got it. So it looks like the lanes didn't come out the way we wanted them to, I guess. Which is weird. Let me check the bitmap. Oh, wait. Because it's because I painted it in black, right? I should have painted it in white. I think I have some bitmaps from a Dota minimap project I was working on a while back. I mean, that would be awesome if you have those. If you have especially like, we need some way of distinguishing walls is the main thing, or solid. So if we have some way of like showing where you can't walk on the map, that's the main thing. Yeah. cool to see somebody over from Twitch. That's a relatively new spot for my stuff, so always cool to see somebody randomly finding the stream. I think I have to convert these all to white, right? Come here from Twitter. Very cool. I think it is higher res on, it's higher res here, right? Like the Twitter stream is pretty low res. Color, yeah, that's what I'm about to do, is color the lanes in white. Or no, the other way around. I'm going to color this in white, and then everything else will be 0. That's how that will work. YouTube is yeah. YouTube anywhere but Twitter is 1080. I don't know. Twitter just has a really crappy player. Nothing I can do about that. Let's just save this. Oops, save this, and then we export as PNG with transparency. And 128, 128. Let's see how this saves. This looks good, right? Let's see what happens now. That's not what we want, right? That's weird. Places you can walk, do you mean fog of war or only walkable terrain? I mean walkable terrain. Somehow you were in my first row on recommended between a Mr. Beast video and a botting video for RuneScape. Because I watched your thesis a few weeks ago. That was sick. Thank you very much. I'm now a full-time RL exorcist, meaning I try to remove the demons from this absolutely cursed scientific field. And I'm doing that through a combination of dev and stupidly high-performance sim and cool experiment stuff. So this stream is not really intended to be educational, though it might end up being most of the time. It's really just like watch RL get fixed live. That is the main goal. Okay, so what is wrong with this map? It's following Neural MMO in the Carper Discord, but didn't get a chance to contribute. Hopefully I can be of use here. Still a big amateur on the RL in general. Hey, we've got a number of projects for like different experience levels around. Lean Key, I think, is still in the chat, is on the Pokemon RL project, which is awesome. Yeah, there he is in chat. So there's that going around. There's some experimental side stuff with Puffer. There's environment side stuff. There's lots of RL that can be done around if you just get involved with like the open source side of it. Thesis was extremely interesting. First I saw of you as well. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really, that's really the first main thing I've posted. I've kind of kept quiet while I was working on my PhD, but now that I'm out of grad school and just building stuff, I'm doing it a lot more publicly because it's fun and the progress is super fast and it looks like at least some people are interested. So it's always a good time. What is wrong with this game map? Oh, I see. It should just be a game map of axis. Yeah, game map should just be game -1. We just need the transparency layer, right? Boolean index game map not equal to What is wrong? Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff going on in Pokemon for sure. It's more accessible than the sim stuff that I'm doing, though. If you've got more of a scientific background, there's definitely experiment stuff on the rest of Puffer. How did I screw this up? Is this like not in a standard format or something? Hmm. Oh, duh. That's what it needs to be. And perfect. Okay. So this is not bad, right? We've got a clearly recognizable MOBA map. We've got our agents wandering around in this MOBA map. I'm going to take a... I'm going to show this. I'm going to post this to Twitter. Was this 1 hour later? Pretty sweet. Okay. This needs to not be here. Okay. So now this works. Now we have many ways we can go from here. The player thing is going to get a lot more complicated very quickly. The NPCs are going to get complicated very quickly. There's some really cool tech I can show off here, but it's going to take a little bit of effort. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to start using structs for the players, because that is going to... Basically, Scython has something that works like a built-in entity component system that nobody realizes exists. Yeah. So that gives you the ability to do ultra-fast operations with very nice syntax over like structured data with multiple agents. So I think that that's the next thing I'm going to implement is I'm going to do that. I'm going to add like some health, like agent health, attack, like a few other attributes. And maybe I'll add like team, and I'll add like the attack function. Yeah, that would be good. And then maybe I'll just like put them both right near the center just to see if they fight each other or whatever. And from there we can maybe get to NPCs in the next few hours. We will see. I think I got like a full 3.5 hours today. Yeah. Okay, hopefully that's enough to entice people to stick around, because I do need to take a couple quick minutes to use the restroom and make myself a shake. So I will be right back, and then we will do that. I will be quick. Okay. Cheers. One of my projects in undergrad was making an entity detector for the Dota 2 minimap. Yeah, absolutely, link it. That sounds awesome. And then I'll talk about the ECS stuff that's pretty awesome. Sammy BG. Did I do it? Did I type it right? It's what? Sammy? Is yeah, it might be private. Anyways, for the new folks here, if you haven't starred Pufferlib and you want to help me out a whole ton, just give this project, GitHub, Puffer AI, Pufferlib, give it a star. It helps me out a whole ton. And let's talk about ECS stuff. So, okay, so yeah, this works now. Cool, I will check this out. I've got it starred. Thank you. So, let's talk about cool ECS stuff. This is technically upcoming tech that I'm going to make a longer video on. So you get to see it early since this is live. The way that it works is you can define structs in C that mirror NumPy structured arrays in Python. And you can apply operations to those structs as if you were applying them to arrays. So you can do like players.health and you can get all the players' health and update it or whatever. Or you can do like, players of 5.health and get just one player's health. And it's really sweet because you can do these operations in Python or in Python, and they're incredibly, incredibly fast. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do here. I'm going to go get a couple snippets of code to start us off. Let me go grab those from one of the other projects I have. And we're going to go from there. Okay, so the specific snippet I was looking for. Yes. So this is the magic snippet right here. You get to make a dummy player and get its D type. And then we get to do like struct. Let's do like struct player. And then we can do, say, int team. It can do int. What do you do? Int health is int. Should health be an int or a float? Probably float. Float health. Position or y x. We can do some stuff like this, right? And then the Python side of this is going to be hold on. Let me figure out where it is. Yeah, so on the Python side, we're going to make players. Which is going to be however many ints we defined. We're not going to need agent positions anymore either. It's just going to be self.players. Zeros. D-type is going to be numpy int c, maybe? Hold on. Not quite sure how to do it with mixed data types. Oh, I think it just has to be the same number of bytes. No, wait, I don't have to do this at all. I can just do here. Player D-type equals player D-type C-MOBA. Oops. Player D-type, right? So we just need to get player D-type, player D-type, and then we do self.players is going to just be a numpy dot zeros num agents. You just need like this, and then D-type is D-type. And then let's see if this is enough already. I think this should work. Hello, Cryptuck. Welcome. Building failed. Okay. I think I just forgot to rebuild. Welcome to the development. Struct player. What is wrong with struct player? Did I mess something up? Hold on. Am I just forgetting syntax? It might be. Does it need a CDEF on it? Yeah, it needs a CDEF on it. That's why. Duh. It's a C thing. CDEF. Oops. CDEF struct player. Okay, so now we should be able to have the magic happen. No, apparently not. Inconsistent indentation. Oh. And then we have to import numpy. And that looks good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to see if we have access to the struct in Python, which I think we should already. Taking a weirdly long amount of time. Okay, but here. So we have... Perfect. So self.players is this type. Players... Can I do .team? No, there's one other step we need before we get like the really nice syntax for accessing this stuff. Hold on. Where did my thing go? Map. I just had this. Bear with me. I'm grabbing snippets from another thing that I wrote. There's one additional step I'm trying to remember. Type. Oh, right. There's a .view on it. .view. players rec equals self.players.view numpy.rec array. Okay. Now if we run this, you're going to see something really cool. This is a rec array. We can do .team, and we get access to the variables representing team. .health. We get access to health. We can also do like players rec of 0. And we get access to the first agent, which is a struct. We can do .health. And you essentially have mini entity component system like that. In like a few lines of code. So now what we have to do is a little bit more finicking with stuff because I got to pass players to the C environment. So let me go remember how I was supposed to do that. I pass... I make this the end of players. All right, so I think I have to pass the flat data to... I'm going to pass the flat data. Yeah. So I'm going to do like this. So I get the rec array. And then when I pass this to the C environment, I'm going to pass it as bytes, I believe. So this is going to be self.players.view uint8. And hopefully that will let me do what I want to do. Now, of course, we're going to have to modify a few things. So this is no longer a float array player positions. This is now going to be a player star players. Hi, I'm from Vietnam and really interested in RL2, inspired by AlphaZero OpenAI. It will be cool to know your reasons for not taking the path of pain and suffering like RL. I think I have taken the path of pain here, right? There's been very, very much suffering involved with making RL work. I'm currently attempting to make RL involve much less suffering. That is the main goal of what I'm doing here. Welcome to the stream, though. Observations here, players. So this is now going to be players. And we're going to move, this is self.players equals players. And I think there's a cast of some type that we have to do here, if I recall correctly. I did this, I have like this test env I have set up on the other monitor from when I set this up before to do this. Let me go find the little snippet. I managed to get it done without mallocs, if I recall, which I was pretty proud of getting it. Yeah, it's very easy. It's a very simple cast. So this is just going to be a player star cast of players.data. And that's it. And this is now just players.shape. And now this is y equals self.players. And look how much nicer this is. We can have .y, we can have .x. We can do the exact same thing here. And we'll be able to vectorize this as well. Okay. And with a little bit of finicking around, we should hopefully be able to get this to build and get this to run. Maybe. Puffer MOBA has no attribute. Okay, agent positions, perfect. We just fixed that real quick. So this is just going to be self.players dot, hold on, dot y equals p array. And this is going to be 96. And then dot x. And self.grid, this is fine. Agent positions is going to be self dot, this is self.players.y, self.players.x. It's actually kind of cleaner than before. And yeah, I think that's it. What's the Twitch link or user? Twitch is jsuarez5341, exact same as, I guess, on Twitter, and the YouTube is Neural MMO, so it's different. I may eventually change the Neural MMO channel if Puffer gets bigger, or my personal gets bigger. But since people know Neural MMO now, I'm still just leaving that as is. Okay, got differing extents in dimension 0. You're assigning all players on the grid to Agent 1. Agent 1 is just a color. Yeah. Agent 1 is just a color. We haven't implemented colors in this. So this code is being reused from my continuous control engine that I built over the last few days. So, I had like a few hundred lines of starter code that I wrote, and I'm like repurposing it. So not everything has been retrofitted perfectly. Never heard of rec arrays until now. Game changer? Yes. They're an absolute game changer once you figure out how they work. They are a total pain in the ass until then. But I will tell you that using rec arrays as the backend for Puffer, like, that is what I use for the secret sauce behind Puffer's emulation core layer that makes everything else work. And it is amazing when you get it. Okay, so what has happened here that this does not work? Compute observations. It's possible that it's possible that this is just not interpreting the data right here. Let's check this out. 82. So print y and x. Let's see if it's like giving us garbage or not. Is it possible that we need to pass some stuff a little differently? Yes. So this is not being cleared, or this is not being passed correctly. Let's figure out why. Self.players. You pass in players, you get the player data, right? Oh, it's the dot view, right? So self.player. Let's do well, I know that there's the way I did it before works, but it's a little bit obnoxious because you need the specific number of bytes. Let me just play with it here for a second. So this is like the tricky thing is you have to get the data synced up between C and Python, and then you're good. As soon as you have it synced up, you're good. And then you basically have a view that you can modify from either side. Type. dtype dot item size is 16. Yeah, that looks good, right? So I just do self.players dtype here. It's num agents. It's going to be dtype.item size, and then it's going to be numpy.uint8. Like this, maybe? Okay, and then this is players flat, I guess. And then self.players equals self.players.view dtype.view numpy rec array. No. You got to do from buffer, I think, in order to not copy. I think this view will actually copy under the hood from buffer. dtype equals dtype dot view. Okay, this is it. I think this is it. So you make it in bytes. You make just the bytes. You buffer it into the dtype, and then you view it as a rec array. That should work. And then, of course, in the reset or whatever, you have to do. This is self.players flat, and it's already in uint8, so you're good. Where are rec arrays used in pufferlib? I'm not seeing it. I will show you. So the secret sauce that makes pufferlib work is this one file right here, 42 lines. It's this emulation file. And right here, this struct dtype thing, this is making a structured array, which is like the same as a rec array. So this is creating a, well, where is it? Dtype from space, yes. So we're creating a structured NumPy data type, which we are then using to store our data. So this is it right here. This creates the type, and then we use this type everywhere. And all the emulation relies on this. So we're still getting something weird here, I think. Did I rerun this? Interesting. I should be able to tell from right here. Here's flat. Looks like the data was populated, right? In here. .view player dtype. Yeah, right? This works. You can see it right here. So why is it not working? Players. Oh, I know why. I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb. I'm going to make a get player function just to prevent myself from making this mistake. This is my one major complaint. And it's a complaint about C, but really, like, Python should have taken this feature from Python instead of from C. Structs are passed by value, not by reference. That's why it's really easy. That's why it's really easy to screw up. Okay, so cdef player star get player environment env or no, it's self. You don't need the environment, it's just self, and then int pid, just player ID, and then you return It's, no, this is wrong. See, it's giving you the wrong return. It's and % self dot players of PID. You need to return a reference, or you're just screwed. Like, you're making a copy without realizing it. That is why. I don't know if that fully explains what went wrong, but I know that that is potentially the issue here. So this cast should be fine. This is a cast, and then player star player. Player is get player. Yeah. And what you do is you do, this is going to be cdef player star player. We do player is going to be get player. Old R. And that actually makes everything cleaner. It's just you need this one function because otherwise you forget ampersands and you're screwed. And then we do player.y, player.x. So it's actually cleaner, but you have to like fix stuff up. And anywhere else, I'd imagine right here probably. Player star player. Do player is going to be get player. Y is going to be player.y, player.x. And then we do player.y, player.x. Perfect. And let's see if this gets us. Let's see if this gets it for us. Still got differing extents. So something is very, very odd that this is not working immediately. Because this should be the same data. And we should be able to like print this even. Grid players observations. I'm trying to think how I screwed this up. It looks fine to me. Is there like some byte ordering shenanigans going on maybe? I wonder if I can just do self.players dot data, right? And then if I do mini-MOBA, can I just do players like this since I just gave it the data? Does that work? Oops, I gotta recompile. That might do it. It's also possible I have a separate bug that I'm not aware of. Yeah, okay, so that didn't help. I'm gonna not stick with that because it's confusing. Can I tell what is wrong just by doing this? Players.x. This all looks good. All looks good. Self. players dot y dot d type. Oh, wait. Self dot players flat. It's weird that this is actually work. It looks like it's working. I would think that you would have to do like, you'd have to like copy this in like this maybe. But I guess not. Self.players x.dtype float 32. I'm going to try like this just to see if this makes a difference. I don't think it does though. Yeah, no. Very weird. Oh yeah, well it shouldn't because it's a copy. Yeah, that's fine. Why is this not mirroring the data correctly? I'm gonna have to just start putting prints in the C code or the Python code. Okay. Let's see what this says. This should tell us if the data is getting into Python correctly. Okay, what does it say? So it says, ay. That's not good. Just got to know your X account recently. We'll look through the entire repo when I have time. I just started applying RL and trading. I don't know whether it's a myth or not. It seems like a great way to either gain or lose a lot of money. I will say that. Hopefully I can get something to work. Best of luck to you. Do not lose all your money. I think I literally just replied to somebody on X today with the like, and it's gone Simpsons meme with like RL and trading. Where's the like the and it's gone? Yeah, this one. Oh, I guess it's South Park. I'm curious why this thing is it's getting some data, but it's not getting the data I expect it to be getting. What if I make them all floats? Does that make a difference? It shouldn't, right? Hmm. Is it casting wrong? Something? Shouldn't be. Self.players equals player star players.data. Maybe you need to have the data type on it, but I don't think that should matter. I think that should matter, right? Oh, that did matter. Okay, so that's really weird. You need the data type on here to correctly transfer the data. If you don't actually type it, you get the wrong data. That's really weird. I'm gonna leave this print in for now. What else? What are the other errors? Agent positions? Oh yeah, that's easy. Okay, well we found it. So this is now self.players.y. Look how clean this is by comparison. Ooh, we got it. Look, this is what we have. So we've got the agents running around. They're parameterized by structs, meaning we can do a lot more stuff with them. They run around our environment. Very, very nice. What do we add next? Do we add an attack action? Oh, you hadn't seen this before? Yeah, we built this in the last couple hours. I guess we had the continuous control engine to start with. Yeah, we'll give agents, we'll make different like agent types and stuff. Hold on. It takes time. But yeah, so this is the I mean, I did this in Photoshop. I just like, traced around the Dota map in 2 layers. I'm like imported it into the engine here that I made, and now we have the agents wandering around on here. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Just need tracking and pathfinding for creeps. Yes, we do need that. Let's start with some basic attacks first, right? And teams and stuff. Gonna use the restroom real quick, back in 1 minute, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get this into a spot where it vaguely resembles agents fighting on a MOBA map. And that's gonna be the goal for now. We may or may not get to creeps. We'll see. Okay. We are set. For another 2 hours of depth, at least. Polish off the shake. Hit the 255 bench today. Happy with that. Gotta keep it up. Let me think here. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to add basic attacks in, I'd say. So let's do the let's do this side first. We're going to do, this is going to be 4. You can attack up, down, left, right. Obviously, this is just the discrete version, which is easier to think about to start with. We'll make it continuous as well, whatever. And we should also make the player health. Yeah, we should also edit the player health in the moba.py. X. Let's do, whoops, the moba.py x. Let's give them 3 health to start. Just so that we... Where's this? Health is going to be numpy dot array numpy dot ones 10 3 times the type numpy dot float 32 and self dot players dot team be like this. It was team 0, whoops, 0 0. The type is numpy dot float 32. I think this one's in 32 actually, right? Okay. Now we have to add the attack action into here. So what we're going to do is we have the movement, and the attacks have to happen before the movement. So we need to do int attack. So where's player.x? We can totally put these up here. And then we'll do attack 0. We'll do we need target as well, right? Well, what we do is we'll do dr and dx, right? Dest y, dest x, maybe? Yeah, let's do... dest y equals y, x equals x. So this is going to be like this. LF. Okay, so now we have the destination of attacks. We can do like this. Then we do if grid is equal to what's player? Agent 1 is 3. Agent 1. Then what we do is we need a target player target. Target is going to be get player. I don't know why it's filled this auto-filled this garbage. We need what target ID? Shoot, we don't have any way right now of getting player IDs, do we? Yeah, we don't have any good way of getting player IDs. We need to add a player ID map, don't we? That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. That makes it harder. Any way I can hack this for the time being? Not really. Okay, we're gonna have to do a slightly annoying thing. We gotta go make a player ID map. We do unsigned int PIDs or PID map, and then self.pid map numpy.zeros 32. This cdef int I. Yeah, okay. So player dot pid you can't quite do this either because you got to do int yx int player.y self.pid map yx is equal to I. Okay. So now we have the PIDs, and what we get to do, int target PID. Okay. So we get to do target PID is going to be self.pid map, and then we actually have to do I+1 at the top because PIDs have to start from no, wait, there's a trick to this. You do -1, and then you make this a signed integer. That way you don't have to do a weird offset on your PID map. I learned that trick. So now you have target PID. Gonna be the PID map, dist y, dist x. You say if target PID is not equal to -1, you get the target. Target.team is not equal to player.team. Then you do target.health is negative minus equal to 1. And if target.health is less than or equal to 0, then we need to do a respawn thingy. So what we're going to do is we're just going to hard code some respawn points, I think. We're going to go hard code these agent positions into the C code, the Python, wherever this is, somewhere. Yeah, right here. So all this crap we can hard code, we can get this into the Python layer. And where they do self.players, okay, right here. So now what we do is spawn. We can do, should we do spawn X, spawn Y? I guess. I less than 5. We do, what's it? So we're self.num agents over 2. Team equals 0. Dot spawn y is 96. Is this plus I randomly in a circle in a corner? Yeah, I don't want to have to write the function for that, so I'm being lazy for now, but yes. This is what, 32? Plus I minus num agents over 2. Yeah, okay, so this is this, and then we do player.health. Player.health is equal to 3. And we can get rid of all this garbage. Like this. Yx. And we have y, x, PIDMAP, solid. Okay, so now we can respawn the agent, right? If they fight each other. You can respawn the agent if they kill each other. Target. We should make a move too. I think we should make like a move too. Move to self int pid. So player is going to be the player. Player.x, player.y. We have to move this, and then we have to get the grid position. cdef. We do float disk y, disk x. So we do disk y, disk x. I don't know why I did all that garbage. Self dot grid is going to be empty. No, what? Makes actually no sense. Pid, this is dest y, dest x, right? I don't know why it keeps giving me these garbage suggestions. So self.grid int of player.y, int of player.x is going to be empty. Int y, so we don't need this. We can just do like this. Agent1. We can do self.pid map self.pid map int player. Okay, so I think this does it. This moves the agent. I thought he used C. This is Python. This compiles to C. And I check it so that all the operations that are critical compile perfectly to C with no calls back to Python. So what you're seeing is one-to-one with C with additional fun features. And it's a heck of a lot quicker to write. If you want to actually see the C, by the way, there's a heck of a lot of it because it's auto-compiled to this. But it is very fast. Love me some Python. Since I see we have a few folks watching this, including a couple on Twitch, which is kind of cool to see. If you all want to help me out, just star the repo on GitHub. It helps me a ton. It's just pufferai/pufferlib. Working on this full time. Really all I ask. Okay, back to dev. Target.health equals 3. And then .move to. We're going to move the target to. Again, I don't know why it gives me bad suggestions. It's supposed to be target spawn y, target spawn x. Okay? And I should just be able to do self.respawn. And we'll just make a little inline for this. Because I think we'll probably use this a fair bit, right? Self.move to, target PID, int PID, player, cdef. Then we just do player.spawn, cdef. Yeah, this should be a cdef, this should be a cdef. So they're fast. They don't call back to Python. And this respawn, the reason I wanted to do this as well, so I can reset the health like this. Player.health is going to be 3. Okay, solid. So, from here, target PID, target team, and target health. Perfect. You respawn the target. And that should be sufficient. I'm sure there's going to be some small stuff to debug. Like right here. Where did I miss? Grid 156. Ah. and then move 2. PID expected 3 got 4. CDEF. This is should be a comma. Does it run? Buffer mismatch. 72. This needs to be an int 32. Segfault, lovely. So this is one of the places where Python is so nice compared to base C. So base C, right, there are no bounds checks or anything because doing that's slow. In Python, they're optional. So you can compile with or without them. If you compile with them, it's fast, and if you compile without them, it's slow, but it's easy. So we can dev without the checks, and then we can, productionize afterwards with. And then we get a actually reasonable error here, right? And we can see that I forgot to initialize y and x, right? That would take me a long time to find in C. Okay, got differing extents. So it appears that I also have to set player.x and y, of course. I forgot to do that. So player.y, player.x, we set these to the spawn. We're probably going to have to set the spawn close to the center for starters. Does it run yet? Let's see. Perfect. So this already runs. We'll see whether the attack function works when I put the agents close to each other. But this already works. Let's color the agents a little bit differently, just so we can see. Maybe. Team. Agent. Really crappy code, but we'll do this just as a quick check. So we get a renderer. Okay, so now they're two different colors, so we can actually see what's going on, right? And now all we have to do is we have to guess a position close to the center for these guys. So, I don't know. Let's do... It's a 128 by 128, right? So let's just do like... This will be like 60... plus I. And then the X will be like 62 or something. And then this one will be, spawn Y will be 64 plus I. And then this will be like 66. Let's see if that does it. They may or may not be in bounds. Okay. Did I just see one respawn? Well, they've definitely attacked each other a few times. But pretty cool. So already we have something basic working, it looks like. Oh yeah, I just saw one of them die there and respawn. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we have something reasonable. Now what we need is creeps, I guess. Is there anything we should do before creeps? I think not. I think that the creep should be fine. Now, the one thing that's a little annoying with the creeps is they kind of have like a fixed path that they follow, right? Unless they get distracted. So I have to figure out how that AI is implemented efficiently. That's the main thing. How would you implement the Dota creep AI thing? Or like the MOBA creep AI in general? So that's going to be hard. But I guess that's one of the few actually kind of really hard things to start with. And we can just start on it. We can do CDEF. This can be creep 1. Creep. I'm going to make the creep separate for now because I know I'm going to need to anyways. Like, the heroes are going to get a bunch of stuff that the creeps aren't going to get. And then what I do is I do if hid less than equal or self.num agents. Otherwise, you return creeps. Yep. And something like a list of waypoints that they move towards and are removed when they get reasonably close to each point. Yeah. It's something like that, right? But you really don't want to run any sort of search algorithm if you can avoid it. Like, you really don't want to have, like, Dijkstra's or A-star or anything like that running. I probably could get it to be reasonably fast, but still. Welcome to the stream, Roman. I don't know if you've been around, but this is where we are so far. Just add the towers with a very small reward for attacking. Yeah, so this is where we are for now. We got a map. We've got agents. They can attack each other. I think that they might randomly disappear once in a while. I can't quite tell. They do seem to respawn correctly, though. It's reasonable. Okay, let's just start on the creeps. So I probably want to make the creeps in Python, right? So player type, creep D type, and then we're gonna do players. We do like self dot creeps flat creeps. We do self dot creeps is gonna go somewhere right here maybe. Creeps flat. It's good. mini-MOBA. Creeps. Self.creeps. Maybe creeps data. And creeps are going to be a little harder to deal with, right? So we can do okay. One num creeps self.num creeps creeps.shape. How many creeps do we want? Let's say kind of want a lot of them, don't you? Say 12 times num agents. 12 times sub.num agents. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but you have to account for all the different waves, right? It's quite a bit of logic. We're going to really have to figure out what we can strip down here, right? Like if we're going to make them spawn in waves or we're just going to spawn single creeps, like how we're going to deal with it, right? I mean, there are a lot of ways we could cheat it for sure. Yeah, they need to stop for combat. Yeah, it's a lot of logic if you think about it. It's actually quite a complicated little project. Though if I think about it, like, I think actually getting the creeps working is one of the more complicated things, right? Because player abilities are not that bad. Yeah, I think the creeps are really the main hard thing. They're actually the main slow thing as well, but they're so fundamental, right? You can't have the game without creeps. Right? You can't have the game without neutral things. I mean, technically, I could very easily make this like a 15 versus 15 game with no creeps, but I don't think that would be as interesting, right? You really need the creeps. Just opt for combat with players and with towers. That's tricky. Yeah, it's a tricky one. But it'll be so sweet if we can do it, right? We technically could make creeps have their own behavior policy, but it would be so much slower than just giving them something scripted. Well, maybe it wouldn't be. Let me think. I think if you let them have their own behavior policy, you're going to get weird stuff. Like, you're not going to get the creeps laning, you're just going to get, like, everybody running down mid or whatever. I mean, the thing is, like, this whole project actually becomes quite easy if we just don't do creeps, or we do creeps at the end, come to think of it, right? I mean, I could just work on getting, like, reasonable player combat first. Because that will actually help debug a lot of stuff as well. Like, the majority of the code is probably going to come from the creeps. So yeah, why don't I do that then? Why don't I try to implement the towers first? Because, like, I roughly know how to implement the creeps. I've done enemy NPC, enemy AI in Scython before. Like, basic enemy AI. But it does take some code. So why don't we do towers? Yeah. Yeah, the aggro mechanic isn't hard, though. The aggro mechanic on its own is not hard. See, because it's stationary, the aggro mechanic can just be, Well, I know what you mean by aggro mechanics, right? Like, you have to, like, hit under tower or whatever to, like, get it to aggro away from the creep. Stuff like that. But initially, just getting a tower to attack something within its area of effect is not hard. So we can start with that. Yeah. And we're going to do 9 towers per side to start, I think, right? Technically, you have 2 of them on the inners, but we can do 9 towers to start. We got to pass them in as well. Do player D type, tower, CP, def. Okay, let's now do player creep tower. I think I can get the tower working in the next hour and a half. I think I can at least do that. Because this is not that bad. So we just do towers. we add towers to right here, right? And then after creeps, we're going to pass towers in right here. Oops. Okay. And then what we're going to do is on a knit or whatever, we are going to, well, we do self.towers, range, self.num towers. We're going to define towers. Tower is going to be, we can add a get tower function. Cdef tower. We can do so this is kind of tricky because I think we kind of need to just hard code these because they're kind of like all different. Which if I stop trying to be clever and I just hard code more stuff, it's actually going to be way easier. So let's do cdef tower star tower, right? And then we're going to do tower get tower 0. We're going to do tower team health damage, and we need to find positions for these. So we'll do like, I think we're just going to guess and adjust them. So team, it's going to have 0, 3. This is fine. Tower.y is going to be right here. Can I just get the positions from like here? Where can you see where you're like where you're putting your cursor anywhere? Is there any way you can see where your cursor is on this? As I can go like this. So like your T here-ish, I guess. So this is like 20, so 43, 25. Towers get tower 1. Still gonna be team is gonna be 0. Help image. I need to get like I need to put it here, which is 55, so 74, 55. 74, 55. $106.91. No, this one is like this is the unsafe lane, right? So it's like down here. So 96, 104. Okay, now we got to do tier 2s. Ten health, 3 damage, 15 health. I don't know. 43.25. T2 is like here-ish, I think. 72.25. 225. Then we go to like here-ish, I think. It's like 40, 46.85. Six. Wait, 0, 1, 2. How did I come up with 4 towers? Oh, this one is just wrong because this one this is an autocomplete suggestion. So this is, oops, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. Did I do that right? Yeah, and then I have to make this one, right? Which is going to be like here, which is 66 and 106. Okay, so this is half of them done. And now I can do, can I flip it if I do like minus y, like 128 minus y, 128 minus x? I think that's it, right? Oh no, wait, I have more towers left. I have to do the T3s. This is 50, this is like 10 damage or whatever. I don't know. And then this thing is, they're like here, so 2597. 7. $29.99. So this is the one right here. 33,104. Very nice. Now, I think the other ones are easy because we can just do like for I in range of self.num towers. We can do, oops. Dot towers plus I. Team equals 1. Self.num towers.health equals okay, cool. And cool. So that works. It's a bunch of garbage code, but it works, I think. And oops. And now we just get to do self.grid of equal to tower. And we get to add like, where's it, food? Tower. Okay, let's see how this does. Cannot take the address of a Python object. Sythonize. So this, yeah. Get player is not going to work. That's fine. We'll just do, do this. No attribute get creep. Well, that's fine. We don't need this anyways for now. We're doing towers first. Hey, not bad. Look. We actually got we got towers in, like, I don't see all the towers. I don't know where the rest of them went. I see 6 towers per side. Meaning, I guess that I probably mispositioned the other ones, right? $25 and like 102. Let's see how I did the other ones. These actually look fine. Is it possible that I... Hold on, I might have an out of bounds num towers. Towers. So here, this is supposed to be, the number of towers should be 18 towers, right? Still no. Seven, 8. Well, that's odd. Where'd the other towers go? I also should, well, let me see. No, that looks fine. That looks fine. Am I just not seeing them? I'm pretty sure I'm seeing them. Just to be sure, I'm going to delete the, I'm going to temporarily comment the reset mechanic here, because it's possible that I'm walling over them. Really shouldn't be, though. Well, I don't need this reset mechanic actually at all because I have the map, right? So let's just not load the bitmap in. See if I just put it in the wrong spot. No, I see 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10 towers, which is the number of agents that there are, so that does not bode well. Towers flat is going to be 18. Ah, the D type is wrong. And what we do is D type is going to be creep D type, and D type is going to be tower D type. Let's see what happens when I do that. That's the same, isn't it? Yeah, that is actually the same. Where are the darn towers? Like, what? Oh, I'm not passing towers, so that's awkward. Oh, duh. Tower's flat. Let's see how that goes. Perfect. So now we have towers. That looks reasonable. And we will figure out what to do with the tower. I need to take a quick second. Let me read chat and read Twitter and stuff for a second. Anything cool happening? Where'd it go? $6.31. Thank you. Simplifying reinforcement learning libraries. Resembles MOBA game map like OpenA5. Esoteric knowledge that deter damage, not to mention EULAs. Oop. That's fun. Nothing going on. Yeah, ChatGPT, okay. Alright, back to work. Let's do the attack function on the tower. That shouldn't be hard, right? So we'll just do towers get to go before players. Or tower. Tower is going to be get tower. We're going to be tower star tower. We're going to go Y is going to be tower to Y. The towers don't move. Stupid LLM. So what you do is now we do for we need DR and DC, I think. DR, DC, DR in range. Tower vision, let's just do like tower vision equals something. Tower vision 5. We do PID. So we need to get the position, right? We need disk Y, disk X. And then this should be dx and dy, right? dx, yeah, that's good. So this is dy, this is dx, disk y, disk X. Now, if this grid is going to be equal to was it agent? It should see PIDs is not equal to -1. Then we do player is going to be equal to get the player from the PID map. Do we have a PID? Int PID. So PID is equal to this. PID not equal -1. You get the PID. And then we do if player.team is equal to tower.team, we continue. Otherwise, we attack. Target. Damage, just tower damage. Float damage. Target.health is minus equal damage, and if it dies, you respawn it. And that's it, right? It's currently attacking everything within view, but that's fine to start with, right? Let's see if we have a tower that attacks shit now. Doesn't appear to be attacking stuff. Yeah, no, not attacking stuff. Let's see why not. Target.team, tower.team. Int team. So we got player teams. I think we just need to start adding some prints, right? So I also should commit some of this code up. C-MOBA PyX. Okay. MOBA assets. Okay, so now next we will do, we'll put some print statements in CMOBA and understand why this is not attacking. Stuff like animations, a little bit harder, but for now we're just going to get the state-based stuff going. Print. Okay. Print. Hit target print. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Target cannot convert player star. Well, there's no target ID, so that's stupid. It's supposed to be PID. Okay, go on, synchrononize that. Let's see if we get anything cool here. Okay, so we're not seeing anything here. There are no tower hits or detects on anything. So why is that? PID map. Disk Y, disk X. Oh, did you not type this correctly? No, you did. I mean, this is gonna run, right? Okay. Checking team 1, 17. Checking team 1 at... Why is it always the same? team. Okay, so this is garbage data, right? Well, first of all, I did Y and X here, but the team is also garbage data. So why is the tower team garbage data? Should have been instantiated normally. Team is 0, team is 1. Very odd. Let's fix some print statements here. Tower IDX. Oh wait, no, tower IDX is fine. Checking 1, team 17. There are 18 towers. This should be disk Y and disk X. And we should be able to get from here, we should be able to get something out of this to debug the towers. Okay, so here we have, so here we now actually have reasonable tower prints. And it looks like we're getting decent checks here. It looks like we are getting decent checks. So, I mean, it's possible that we just don't have PIDs working correctly, right? So let's remove this line for now, and let's assume that there's something wrong with PIDs. What did I miss in the past hour? I'll show you. So we've got basic towers added. We've got the 18 towers added, just hard-coded all the positions and stuff. And I'm currently working on really dumb basic tower AI to attack anything that's nearby. And figuring out why that tower AI is not working. And then we'll figure out where we go from there. Though that's probably going to be... I might get a couple more things in from that for today. But that's going to be mainly where we what we get done for today, I'd say. Target PID is -1. When you do move 2. This PID does seem fine. So it's never finding anything here. It's never finding anything here. It's very weird. I'd expect it to be finding something. Let's go check. Let's just go check the MOBA file. I think I'm going to keep doing this for the next 45 minutes. And then I'm going to get myself dinner, finish a couple last work things on a couple other projects. off stream, and that'll be it for the day. So that is the plan. I'm going to try to finish the tower, basic tower AI, and a couple other things in the next 45 minutes. So you reset the environment here. I actually don't have access to PIDs from here. So let's like you have PIDs here. Well, let's see if the players are attacking each other. That would also help, right? Stupid printf. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we get attack, hit, killed, attack, hit, killed. So this is actually working. So PID map seems to be good. The PIDs are correct. It's just the tower, for some reason, is not getting it. So this is y plus disk y. Maybe if I do it this way. This is already an int. That should be better anyways. Tower y, tower x. You got the PID map. YX. Is that how you do it? Yeah. Get player. This looks fine. This looks like the tower should frickin' do something. Let me comment this again. These just don't hit anything. They don't see anything on the PID map. That's so weird. Why don't these see anything on the PID map? Y plus. Tower Y, tower X. Negative tower vision plus 1. Y. Well, this one can, well, first of all, this one can go here. That's nice. PID map. This is always empty for some reason. Why is the PID map empty? It's not empty when the players go to attack each other. That discretization works. And it should be covering a pretty wide area here. It is looping over the vision. I checked that. Have you printed the PID map? Maybe X and Y are swapped. it's the thing is that there's a tower in the middle, so I don't think that that would matter. And also when I'm moving, the function I'm using to move stuff is right here. This looks fine, right? So grid gets set to agent 1 or agent 2. Old position gets set to -1. New position y comma x gets set to PID. Player y gets dest y, player x gets dest x. You know, one thing I could do, this is really stupid, but I could do self.grid. I could do this is equal to like, what's like a color I can do? Wall, maybe. So I can see the vision range, maybe. Okay, so like the vision ranges look good, right? These squares are approximately where they should be. Yeah, those are pretty much exactly where they should be. So it's got to be the PID map being weird. But I don't see how it's possible for the PID map to be being weird when it works down here. Maybe I have, oh, maybe, no, because it doesn't print at all. Otherwise, I was going to say maybe I have the damage wrong, but, no, it's not getting there at all. Because it would get to either of these print statements. Select a PID as the first element. Can you try selecting a PID as the first element in PID map instead of pulling something out by coordinate, just to see if everything else is working given hard-coded selection? Yes, I can just kill 0 repeatedly. That should work, we'll see. Okay, so we get hit and killed. It's spamming hit and killed. And I think if you look at this agent here in the center, it's not able to move more than one cell. So I'm pretty sure this agent here is the one that's just getting killed repeatedly. So that works. You can see hit and killed, hit and killed, hit and killed. New to chat? No, you're good. You're totally good. Welcome. This is me attempting to make reinforcement learning be less cursed live. So sometimes I do sim dev, sometimes I do experiments dev, sometimes I do I do a bunch of fun stuff. A lot of the recent results are on my Twitter. This is the first day I've been working on this, so decent little bit of progress. I think it's going to end up being more complicated than I thought, but except for the creeps, I think everything else should be pretty decent. Yeah. Especially since OpenAI 5 got me into AI and Neural MMO got me back into RL. OpenAI 5, I've said this several times, it's the coolest project I've ever seen. I was 15 feet away from them when they were doing that project. I was hacking on the first version of Neural MMO at OpenAI. So yeah, it was fun. No idea why I was recommending this live stream. I happened to run across your PhD video a while back. That is probably why. And yeah, I saw that people liked the defense, so I figured I'd just start streaming random dev and see what comes of it. Maybe, some folks come by, star Pufferlib, check out the project. Maybe some folks go and check out the Twitter. It's all helpful to me. And I will be doing more videos. I don't want to do too many because they take a lot of time away from dev, but I do have a couple long form videos I want to do. There's one I want to do on Pufferlib, and then there's one that I want to do on a new, not announced project yet. Remember watching OpenAI 5 when I was like 17 after sinking 10k hours into Dota 2. Yeah, I hadn't played Dota 2 before I saw the bot. I spent like a week just trying to wrap my head around the game because it's such a complicated game, right, to get into. Um, just to try to like sort of appreciate it. And now I can understand a little bit better. It's the fact that people didn't just go wild for RL after OpenAI 5 and they still just like all in on language models. It's just like people not understanding how complicated of a game Dota 2 is. Like if people understood how impressive that result truly is, we would be seeing the level of interest we have in language models now, we'd see it in RL. Now, the fact that that doesn't happen kind of sucks, but at the same time, I've graduated and I'm now doing it, right? This is what I'm doing full time. I'm using my experience that I've gotten in reinforcement learning over the last 7 years to fix all of the bullshit that's happened in this field. I'm not like a super mathy type that just wants to do a bunch of theory. This is like practical engineering and infrastructure and whatever else is needed to make reinforcement learning a reasonable field to do work in. Another debugging is check if PID is not equal to -1. What if you include an else block that logs the disk Y and disk X that didn't produce a map? I had that before, and it spams a lot because this is like several thousand checks per second. The thing is, it's just all the PIDs are -1 for some reason. But they're not down here. Because I can print this out. If I can enable these prints, and the agents are attacking and killing each other, and they're also targeting based on PID, which is very odd. But yeah, it's good to see some people are still into RL, and I think that RL is going to be picked up big time by independent researchers, new PhD students, and hobbyists, because like we're getting to the point where you cannot do language modeling or language research without several $100,000 in OpenAI credits, which is just ridiculous. And like with reinforcement learning, at least if you build some fast sims, you're going to be able to do billion scale reinforcement learning on one GPU. In fact, you kind of already can with Puffer. So that's a lot of what I'm pushing on at the moment. And yeah, after that, we'll see where it goes from there. But I have a very small cluster that I sponsor a few open source projects with. My hope is that I can scale up Puffer and get a little bit of a larger cluster and just start really powering all of the open source research that's out there on RL. Going back to Brown for grad school to focus precisely on RL, either robotics or otherwise. Yeah, hang around. Glad to have you here. I'm going to be doing this for quite a while. Could comment out the... Linky knows. Linky's on the Puffer cluster. It's a nice little cluster. You could comment out the movement piece, spawn one at a guaranteed location, and change your loop to only check that X and Y value. Yes, that would be a decent idea. So let's do self.move to 0, and then what's this, 29 and 100? Let's just go find like next to a tower, right? I don't know, 106.66. Yeah, absolutely looking for contributors. Let me know like the type of stuff you're looking into. There's so much stuff to be done around Puffer. I can sponsor bits of compute here and there, though I reserve that until I know people are like actually going to do stuff and not just like sit around and be on the cluster list and not do stuff with it. But I am sponsoring a little bit of stuff with that, and there's a lot of stuff to be done around Puffer. I really would like to have a nice quality set of baselines on all of the common RLMs and just optimize the hell out of them for speed as well. I think that's like something that can be reasonably done by like level of like a new grad student. Not sure your engineering experience and the like. Let me do that thing that was suggested. That was a good suggestion, and I'm like losing steam here because it's only 6:30 Pacific, but this is actually late for me because I wake up at 6 to run. So my days start very early, and I'm pretty much like dead tired by 8 at the latest. I've been basically just working as hard as I can over the summer while also taking a nice chunk of time to keep in shape. Pretty much just those two things. Getting up at 6 to run tomorrow as well. You'll appreciate this then. The running grind is real. Okay, so we have this is off week. This is this is the last training block from the previous month, and this is the new training block here. So this is off week, starting at 50 miles last week. This week will be 53 miles. Next week will be 56. Ugh. Tiring. I am very slow though. And then most recent marathon was May 5th, I guess. I've got 2 years full-time SWE big tech. Definitely rusty on RL basics. We need engineering a lot more than RL experience, frankly. So that's great. The one thing I will say about big tech is that the way that code is in Puffer is decidedly way more small tech. So it's like, it's meant to be like really, really concise, minimal abstractions possible. So because like the idea is it's white box software. Like any researcher is going to have to be able to touch any piece of this code. So instead of like bundling up and abstracting stuff away, we try to just like make stuff as concise and simple as possible with as few like moving parts as we can manage. And if you can do that, yeah, there's absolutely tons and tons of stuff you could contribute to if you're interested. 19 miles a week at the moment. Hey, it's doing well. 2 years ago, I could not run a mile. So the running builds pretty quick. 19 miles a week is a solid base as well. I do like hour and a half of running and then hour and a half of powerlifting every morning. Let me go take that feedback from you because that was actually a good idea. Oop. Interested in checking things out. Been a dev for 13 years. Nothing in your world. Be too cool to contribute. Hey, I mean, that's a lot of the point of all this. I really want to build up the open source stuff around Puffer. There's just like, I'm pretty darn good at keeping small code bases and like building to mid-scale projects solo, but there's just so much stuff around that I haven't been able to get to, that could just benefit tremendously from even relatively new people that just have some ability to write decent code. That's really all we need. Um, we've got some very very talented contributors as well on like Poca RL that started out with no experience and just like really ground on it and have done incredibly well. I don't know if Linky is still around in chat, but he came in with like no experience and has just done amazing on the project. So it can be learned. And I do often, with the contributors, I try to share RL insights when I can to try to help with some of the intuitions. That's really the main thing, is just understanding how everything fits together. It's not like there's a little bit of math, yeah, but most of the time not. It's not the main thing. Let me take that debug suggestion on you. Been a dev for 13 years. I don't know how you count like been a dev. I've been programming as well since I was, I don't know, 13, so about the same amount of time. Though, I mean, practically you could probably, count that a little later, since that was me screwing around writing Minecraft mods. I don't know, I started doing research when I was like 16. Professionally, started coding in code. Okay, that's pretty awesome then. Yeah, that's solid. Would definitely appreciate the help. And hey, take a look at the puffer code. Tell me if you tell me what you think of it. Um, it should be pretty concise. I've got a new dev branch as well that I've been working on. That's this ini config branch. I've put a lot of effort into trying to figure out a decent way to like get configurable experiments that doesn't make researchers hate everything. I think I've finally gotten it now. The current one in 1.0, the YAML thing, isn't terrible. It just has a really ugly load function with some argparse shenanigans. The thing I'm doing now is a fair bit simpler, I'd say. It's with just Python's like config parser built in. And I do a lot of stuff like this. Let's see. So if, was it disk x equals besides benchmarking, what are some big to-dos for Puffer? Seems like the core infra is pretty well developed already. Okay, so there's general hygiene stuff, like basically anytime somebody hits an error that doesn't make sense now, like there needs to be a reasonable error message. I've done an okay job of that, but it could be better. There is the benchmarking on lots of different environments is a really big one. There's still a little bit to be done left on the sweep stuff, though that's close to being done. There's just a lot of like user testing around all the new versions and all the new tools that I've built. There's going to be a lot of work around simulation, though that's going to be definitely much heavier on the engineering side. And then there's going to be like research style work as well. Did you get the X and Y swapped in that check you made? Yes, I did. That's what happens when I don't bother to double check the Super Maven suggestions. Oh, by the way, folks, if you have not tried Super Maven, I highly recommend it. It's just awesome. It's just faster Copilot. Just like super fast Copilot. Has a VS Code plugin, has a NeoVim plugin. Really nice and easy. And of course, since there are a couple new people here, you want to help me out, just give the nice puffer a star. Feed the puffer a star. Helps out a whole ton to get some exposure on this library. The growth has been amazing. This is when I started working on it full time right here. You can't see it on the screen. Hold on. Yeah, so this is when I started working full-time on Puffer, right here. So growth has been awesome. Just got to keep it up. Detected 0. Team 0. Okay, so it's detecting here. Yeah, like the growth has been freaking awesome. I've been very, very happy with this. I'm probably gonna have to try to get the company some revenue at some point. I'm good on my own expenses. But hopefully when some companies start using it, we'll be able to get like set up some support contracts around stuff. My hope is that in the next like year or so, I'd like to build out a substantially larger cluster so that more people can have access to like contribute to cool open source stuff in RL. And I'd also like to be able to put some, some like bounties together for features so that like, people can actually make a little bit of money off of this stuff. I mean, I don't feel too bad asking people to just contribute to open source at the moment since I'm also making $0 off of this. But as soon as that's no longer the case, then there will be, some substantial bounties. Okay, so this is hit. This actually says hit, so did I screw up the get tower function somehow? No. Are like some of these towers not working or something weird? Range is self.num towers. Towers.shape of 0. Gotta be something weird here. Interesting. Tower Y, tower X. Have you seen what it has as the location of all the towers? I printed that out before and it looked reasonable. Let me make sure it's actually iterating over all of them. Okay, it's iterating over all the towers. Try this. These look good, right? These look like the numbers that I put into this. Right, these look like the 103.33. Uh-oh. No, wait, that's fine, because 8 is... Wait, 8 is 104.33. And 99.29. Yeah. Are they supposed to be ints? No, they're not supposed to be ints. The positions are technically continuous. You know, it's like a continuous game, and then we discretize it onto a grid. Technically, I could probably make the towers ints if I wanted to. I don't see what that would do for me, though. Come on, this has got to just be something stupid, right? Checking tower. Wait, are any of these near the center? What if I just put one at like 64, 64, right? Oh yeah, so if you put if you put it in the middle, it kills everything. So why is it that like I can clearly see the players wandering near the tower, but nothing happens? Right? Like, let me see. Reward, reward. Let's checking. Check. Let's just comment this. It's also possible that like the ones from the teams are not... Like if the gray one goes near the gray tower, it should be fine. You'd think I would have seen it at least a few times by now, though. Why can't I frickin'... Dude, what? OpenCV is weird. This is definitely on an opposing tower right there. I don't know what the heck is going on with it. Do I have this in... Yeah, this is in the right... I thought I put it in reset or something really dumb. No, it's fine. Wait, this is a continue. PID is not equal to negative. This is a continue. Yeah, I don't have a break or anything. Why is this so weird? This is a type of bug that should have been solved half an hour ago, I would think. Respawn. Health. Something isn't updating correctly as they move. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I couldn't see how though, right? Let me see. You actually could very well be right. Let me see. So, I have respawn here. Oh wait, I think you're totally right. Because this here should be... Yeah, right here. Yeah, you're totally right. It is. Float. Well, that's good intuition. I thought of that as well, but I discounted it. Shouldn't have done that. Self.move to. So agent IDX moves to dest Y, dest X. And then I think I get to delete the rest of this, right? And do you get player.y, player.x updated as well? Yep. So you just pass it the floats. It does the discretization. Back to like 400 lines. Good job. See? It's a good idea to stream dev. Because sometimes when I'm really stupid, people solve things for me. Yep, hit and killed. Well, that ain't supposed to happen. They're now going through the walls. So I think that we need to add a little bit of a change to this. Move. Yeah. Oh, have you seen any of the demos? I guess you haven't seen any of the other cool demos I did, right? They're on my Twitter, but we have all sorts of cool stuff like that. I mean, this is like day one project doesn't exactly look all that impressive, right? Here, this is if you want to see like the type of performance engineering I do. No, not this. Yeah, this will do. So this is a portion of 4096 player Snake that runs at 14 million steps per second, so 14 million Snake steps per second on one CPU core. And it trains a convolutional neural net plus LSTM at 1 million steps per second on a single GPU. And you can train the policy in like 5 minutes to be decent. You can train it for like 3 billion steps in an hour. And you can get quite a good policy at Snake. And the whole implementation of all this is like 450 lines. So this is like some of the types of fun stuff that I do. There's another project I worked on over the last few days that has some other cool results in it. Yeah. We do a lot of fun performance engineering around here. Which is really funny because like you'd expect me to be coding this in like C, but it's just Python, and it turns out that's all you need. It works. All right, well, they're not eating the map anymore, so that's good. Get killed. That one got killed by tower. Very nice. 6:55. We make a GIF. We put it on Twitter. We call it a day. No, they do not eat the... They might eat the towers. Let me see. They might eat the towers, okay? They might eat the towers. Yep. Okay, good. I'm tired, okay? I gotta stop coding. Yeah, they might eat some towers. That'd be really funny if you just had to get next to the tower and you just nom it. Oh yeah, the other one I did. I think I still have this GIF around to show you. So this is another project that I did. Oh, I guess this is a weird GIF, but so this is another simulation with 4096 agents. They're being trained to group together. So if you watch them in real time, you can see that they're starting to cluster. They can only see a very short distance, so they kind of have to like learn this local algorithm in order to cluster together. Fun to watch. Like if you see any like little groups get close to each other, you'll see that they very intentionally merge. But you can start to see all these little clusters. Here's one. Big particle sim. Did this as well. This one runs like 15 million steps per second as well. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff like this around. Let's make a little GIF. Oop. GIF. Always been really, man, I found this stuff like 10 years earlier in my life. I would have dumped huge time into it. Always been really interested in simulations, emergent behavior, never know where to start, and I don't have tons of free time. Yeah, it's it's a big topic for sure. I mean the neural MMO stuff is my main thing, right? I've got more in that line coming out in a reasonably soon. There's like a lot less to the emergence than you think. Yeah, there's some experimental stuff you need to do, but if you make good sims that are correct and run really fast, and you like format the data in a way that's somewhat reasonable for RL, stuff kind of will just learn. I mean, it's really that simple. At least now it is with Puffer. So yeah, we're making progress here. Okay. I think that's going to be about it for today. I might do more on this tomorrow, or I might try to like head down grind the integration of this. Let me commit this first of all, so it'll be online if you want to look at it. Sweep setup. Add setup. Commit. Inch. It's in any config, which is, I mean, I can show you this. These configs have been driving me nuts. So I wrote this new thing where the configs, instead of having this giant YAML file where I'm like implementing inheritance over this, or instead of using something super heavy like Hydra, which is going to piss off researchers, I did this thing where you just have these ini files, and you have a default, but then you can also specify config ocean like MOBA. Oops. And you have this one as well that overrides it. So that's the thing I got to merge in, but I broke a bunch of stuff in the process. It runs now, but I probably broke some other ends. So I don't want to quite merge it to dev yet, but it'll be up into dev soon, and then we'll figure out when to release it. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks, everyone. It's actually kind of cool. It looks like I have at least 9 concurrent right now. So I'd kind of like to just keep streaming this, but I'm definitely fried on dev. I'll be back either tomorrow or Wednesday on stuff. Drop Puffer a star if you wouldn't mind. Helps me out a whole ton. There's a bunch of this stuff posted on the Twitter. It's JSuarez5341 if you want to check it out there. And other than that, more reinforcement learning coming back soon.